allegiance. Would you like to join us? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll do some house cleaning here first. Commissioner Ramos, have you had an opportunity to look at the,
Yes.
all of those items?
All those, yes.
Okay, so we have a county payroll. Anybody have any amendments to that? Seeing none, I'll move that we approve the payroll.
I will second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We have minutes from our previous meeting. Any changes or amendments to the previous minutes?
No.
I'll move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And then finally, we have claims in the county. I didn't have any questions this time. Looks like we're fine there. I'll move that we approve the claims.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. We have a long agenda today. We're scheduled to have our final person here at 12:45, so we will try to keep everybody on track. And if we have miscellaneous items, try to have those prepared so that we can fit them in if there is a gap in our agenda, please. We'll start with the highway supervisor report with Mr. Steve Berg.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you want to stay on track, Steve's not off to a good start.
Yeah, really.
It'll be.
Somebody asked me if they could squeeze in there, and I go, no.
All right, first up, sanitation department staffing. We had two floater positions that we're looking for. We conducted interviews this past week, and we came up with two really good ones. Happy to recommend the hiring pending successful completion of the pre-employment screening of Joseph Beekline of Jasper and Roger of Huntingburg. The arrangements are pending once they get the screen through. I think Ron is going to be fully retiring on around the 1st of July, so he would be available for the 6th for the screen. So they will be brought on as our floaters for the sanitation department.
I have no issue with either of these folks.
No.
I'll make a motion that we approve the hiring of Mr. Beekline and Mr. Drew pending pre-employment activities that are needed.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay. Highway department staffing, we're accepting applications this week for the open positions of District 3 excavator operator and District 2 driver. We're going to take them through this Friday, and we'll take some time to go through those, and we'll set up an interview around the 1st of July, something like that. I'm probably going to be on vacation next week, so the week of the 4th is probably going to be, a 4-day week. Might be tough to kind of piece interviews in, so we might look to do the interviews after that. But we'll go through, and I'll let you know what we come up with there.
Have you been getting a lot of applications for the positions that we've had?
I saw Marky this morning. I've got 5 of them that I picked up from him now, and I've got a couple of them in the garage. So far we've got a few. Yeah.
Okay.
Seal coat scheduling. The invoice for Aspen application came in much better than anticipated, so we're putting together something in addition that we can do for another application later on this summer. And that leads us into item number 4, with a combination of good seal coat numbers and good paving numbers that we had from last meeting's paving bids. We've got some money available that we want to put towards a few additional projects. Since the community crossing awards left some roads unfunded in this round, we plan to resubmit those again later this year, and that'll possibly be for a 2022 paving. This has left a gap of some road care that we can take care of in Districts 3, since most of those unfunded actually came out of that district. So what we're looking at doing is a wedge project on 500 West, which is north of 900 South. Another wedge project on 500 East, north of 650 South. A blacktop resurfacing of 400 West between 750 South and Old Road 64, that's west of Southridge High School. And the other one is 630 South between Old Road 64 and 500 West.
What township is that first one, about the 500 West?
Which one had Cast on?
Is that Patoka? The County Road 500 West, the wedge project, the first one, where?
That one is, that one's in Cass.
When you do a wedge project, what I normally think of is in preparation for an overlay.
Yes.
But this is chip seal. Isn't it?
It's a chip seal road, but we put a base underneath it and then had some chip seal pavement. It's rough because there's a lot of farm traffic and stuff that goes up there, so we figured we'd put like a 2-inch binder coat over the top of it to give it more integrity to handle the loads that are going up there. It's up a hill, and I think we're roughly looking at what, 4/10.
Yeah,
Or
says
3/10 or something like that.
no, 1,600 feet.
Something like that. So
1,600 feet, what you're gonna do.
this should help that hill, as it's even with the chip seal. There's a lot of weight going up and down that hill, so this should help with some of that. I think we did something similar over on 725 East off of 400 East Killerville, going back by the egg plant back in there. We did that, and that held up real well. So
I don't have a problem with it. I'll trust if you judge these appropriately and graded them, and this is additional paving that we weren't going to get done. And you're going to be using community crossings to try to catch up with those projects that we didn't get funded, so I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, yeah, good.
Okay. Next one up, roadside mowers. Prior to 2018, our mowing staff consisted of 3 district tractors with side mount bush hogs that would mow usually a double pass down all the roads and keep that cut back. Along with that, we also had 2 boom mower machines that were more or less up in the trees to help keep the trees back and working intersections, keep the high weeds down, so when you get to the intersection, you can see both ways. And we had each machine split, one in the north and one in the south end of the county. And those were operated usually by extra staff from our mechanics when the shop wasn't real busy. These mowers, okay, when the bush mowers became expendable, decided to replace them with boom mowers, and now we've got men who have already been, or who are already out there mowing. They're able to go back and actually do a better job mowing the intersections back. They're keeping the trees cut back while we go. That's enabled us to free up 1 boom mower and actually a man where we can keep in the shop or have him do other things. So I think the other mower that we have is also doing high traffic areas like around Jasper, Huntingburg, that tends to get away. We can do that a little bit more often. So bush hog mowers require little skill to operate. The new mowers are much like an excavator, requiring a higher skill level and a little bit more demanding operation. What I'd like to recommend here, prior to this, the budget, is to recommend a change of position for the 3 mower operators that we have. They're currently listed as truck drivers. I'd like to list them as operators. Both positions are classified as an LTC 5. So this is not necessarily a reclassification of these people, simply changing these men to operators. Their pay would go up a little bit more since an operator is paid more than a driver. But I'd like to implement these changes prior to our 22 budget.
You know what the difference is between those 2 positions?
The difference between the two is 50 cents,
50 cents. And how many people are involved?
just 3.
I'm just looking over it again, so I'm not trying to
Okay, that's fine.
do anything other than I'm just trying to check this out. So we had three tractor drivers, 2 boom drivers. We're now doing 2 and 2. Is that correct so far?
We had 3 mowers and 2 boom mowers. Now we've got 4 boom mowers, so we've eliminated 1 mower. And the other mower is kind of a part-time. It's run by our second mechanic, and he'll go out and he'll make a round once a month so we can keep some of the busier areas mowed down to kind of match with what the cities are doing. So there's not a big contrast from one to the other. So, but that lap usually takes a couple weeks, and then it'll take a couple weeks off. But the other 3 are still mowing their regular routes.
So the guys who were using the boom mowers before were classified as truck drivers, as
Yeah.
drivers.
The guys were doing they were mechanics.
Well, the
They
mechanic,
were the mechanics.
yeah, the 2 before were mechanics.
Okay.
But now having all boom mowers instead of the bush hog. See, the bush hog, we can only do like 2 passes, so
Right.
you can't really do a very good job with intersections. So while these guys are already out there, I just put more on. You know, we put the boom mower on there, so now they can do a better job and take their time. It obviously takes a little bit longer to get around, but we can do a better job with what we're doing, eliminate a piece of equipment. And the other one is kind of a part-time that we can actually do a better job in higher populated areas.
What do they do in the off-season? Are they truck drivers? Are they operators?
In the off-season, they're usually dragging the gravel roads, or we'll focus a lot with trees in the fall because they don't have as many limbs on them. So we keep the trees cut back mostly in the winter. So they're running them tractors probably 10 months out of the year. Outside of that, then they do haul a little bit of stone, but most of the time they're in the tractor.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought too.
But an operator would handle,
Right.
for your rest of your staff, they would operate with heavier equipment, other heavy equipment as well, bulldozers and backhoes, those kind of things, right? I guess my first thought is, I don't know what benefit there is to the county to change the drivers to operators. I mean, as an overall.
Might not be a benefit to the county, it might be the right thing to do for that employee, because they are doing a more skilled job.
We're asking them to do a more skilled job, is what you're saying.
Yeah, beforehand, we had the boom mower, it was just a side mount, so it was just a matter of taking one lever and just, up or down, and most of the roads that are, somewhat smooth, you didn't have to do much of that, but now with the boom, it's kind of like an excavator stick, and you're picking up, you're reaching out, down, swivel, it's a lot of different operations.
And that's why I asked what the boom mowers previously were classified as, but if they were the mechanics, they were in a whole different class. Is there one additional now that'll be, you had 3 plus the 2 mechanics before?
Well, one mechanic now is freed up to actually, he's doing a lot of the mechanic work, or he's shooting my fog seal down. We're multitasking, so.
To go at, before you had 3 mowers plus the mechanic,
Mhm.
now you have 4 mowers.
We have 3 mowers plus a mechanic part-time. One of the 2 mechanics
Yeah,
goes
well-
out instead of both.
Yeah, we had 3 mowers and then 2 mechanics running boom mowers, so we actually had 5 units out there. So now we're down to 4 units, and I freed up a mechanic so where he can, he can stay in the shop.
So the one mechanic will still do it part-time? Okay.
Yeah, and that one boom mower, like I said, it's running around locally here. We're in, a matter of 2.5 weeks or so, he'll be done with his route, and then he'll park it, and then he'll be doing something else.
So you wouldn't reclassify that mechanic?
No, just the 3 mowers who
The
are
3.
continually,
3, okay.
The mechanic already probably has a higher wage range than these other guys anyway.
Right.
He doesn't want to reclassify it that way.
That's right, I thought you said you were gonna reclassify 4. So you're
No,
gonna
I'm sorry.
reclassify 3.
3.
Yeah, I misunderstood.
So how many drivers will you have left then under that category?
Well, I have that number. I believe 5.
I mean, in reality, if the guy works 45 hours a week at 50 cents an hour, if that's what it actually is, $20 times, $3,000 to the budget probably for the 3 of them for the year. Which isn't nothing, but it's.
And with the work that they're doing, with the change of the job, I think they're earning it.
I guess I'm either way.
I'm good with it. If you feel that's the right thing to do and there's no ripple effect with others, and well,
So these employees would get whatever percentage the council ends up approving and an additional 50 cents an hour, not to exceed 50 cents an hour, right? That's approximately. I guess
I think I'm okay with it.
overall, we're becoming more efficient because we have one less machine. Is that correct?
Yes.
So machines are expensive. We've made the investment in some different equipment. I wouldn't have a problem with him making this movement. So, I mean, I don't know what we really even have to do other than just say, we support you putting that in your budget.
Yeah, we'd be basically changing our structure of the employees that we have. Our truck drivers would go down, operators would go up. It would affect our budget a little bit, but you needed to know before we present the budget. I want to be sure that we're all clear on that. So.
Anyone opposed to him making that change in his budget before he presents it?
No.
Okay, we can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Additional appropriation in solid waste. Due to the illness of one of our drivers, we've had to have highway staff kind of fill that position. And we usually do that as a reimbursement. I've got 2 items here, so I can put them both up here right away for you guys to look at. But this is a highway reimbursement, asking for an additional $20,000 to cover that additional staff. Hopefully for, like through September, so I want to make things change, so. But that'll cover that additional help through a reimbursement.
So how is this costing the county more? Because one driver isn't getting paid, or is that
Well,
driver?
he's getting paid.
The ill driver is still getting paid.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, he's using his time that we would have planned for though, right? Sick time,
Still paying him.
right? So he's still getting paid, and then you're having other people from the highway staff that are already getting paid too.
Well,
They already have a
they're
salary.
running the trash truck because he's on FMLA.
One fund is paying for the other fund stuff.
So
You're
the one
reimbursing.
fund will have more money in it.
Well, the one fund is funded by sale of stickers, that type of thing, where we've got highway staff that's paid through the gas fund. So this is a way of reimbursing sanitation.
So the gas fund will be benefiting because they're being paid out of the other fund.
Well, yeah, but this is one way sanitation reimburses the gas fund because gas funds pay for people doing highway work.
It's an
Sanitation.
additional appropriation to use the fund that's paying for these people.
Right,
And the fund that's not paying the people gets reimbursed because they're not out the money that they shouldn't have been out. So we're really paying ourselves.
I'm just trying to make it make sense to me. Do you both understand it?
I think so.
Okay.
yeah. It's just that the proper fund is paying for the expense. That's basically what we're doing.
That works for me. It just, I want to make sure that we weren't,
No,
it's not costing us a whole, I understand.
it's not costing us anything, it's just putting money
We're
out the
moving money in the
right fund.
right places.
Taking it out of one bucket, putting it in the other.
So, let's see here.
And then I've got a transfer of appropriations on number 7, due to the new road plan, and I think I've attached that to the back. I didn't really get into that, but what we were looking at, I think I've got it highlighted on one of those sheets where you can see the additional blacktop work that we're looking at, as well as the additional seal coats that we're looking at as well. So that should be in the first handout I brought to you.
So we have two, additional, or one's a transfer of appropriations and one is a notice to the taxpayer to propose additional appropriations. So I think we should probably approve these one at a time.
Okay.
So the first one, it was for $20,000, solid waste, highway reimbursement. I move that we approve.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Then the second is the transfer of $4,000 from geotextiles and paint. I move that we approve.
I'll second.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
That
Okay,
should
those
cover,
motions both carry.
should cover the additional striping that we're doing. And then the last thing real quickly, due to the rainy weather, we've been pushed back a few days on our schedule. We're currently performing chip seal overlays on Duff Road Southeast. And that new schedule, I've also got that attached to the back of the handout that I gave you with the commissioner report. That way, if somebody happens to call you, wants to know, where they're at in line, you've got a way to do it. So, okay. And that's all I got. Short as I can make it.
That's all the news will fit.
You got 5 minutes left.
You let Brent find
Oh,
that.
no way, you let Brent.
I have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, I'm talking on, that's not theirs. Community crossings phase 2, I'm going to be applying for those here at the beginning of the month. I'll be in July for paving County Road 900 South, 100 West, 1000 South, and 1075 South. I adjusted the estimates to go along with that, because these are the ones that I bid on, or that I applied for in the first round of community crossings, and they were not awarded, so I'm gonna try it again. I adjusted the estimates to fit the bids that came in last month. So I need to do financial commitment letter signed and approval to move forward on that. It's roughly $574,839.19. So we do have the money available to do it. That'll be paid next spring. We'll probably bid them this fall. Do pay this spring. So we need approval to move forward, and then I need Chad's signature for the financial commitment.
I move that we approve the signing the financial commitment letter as it's been presented to us.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Your signature is always necessary.
Yeah.
Yes, I just want to look at it.
Paving projects, so Steve mentioned 630. and 400. That's another breakdown. I didn't realize he was putting on there, but I typed up, I wouldn't delete it. So we're gonna bid those on July 19th, as of right now at 9 a.m. Advertise on the 30th and the 7th. There's a quick estimate of $205,133.46. So he's already got approval, so I don't really need to do it again. Then the last thing I got is NDOT contracts and DocuSign. So after last week's fiasco of trying to get all that done, I did talk to some other counties. They have developed resolutions and ordinances that grant one person, whether it's a person on the board of commissioners, maybe the auditor, engineer, and attorney have all been people they have designated to do it. And what it does is that it comes to you in the meeting, you approve it, and that designee can sign it on behalf of DocuSign, on behalf of the county. So it is quicker, speeds it up. You guys want me to proceed with trying to find an ordinance, who you want me to designate, I'm happy to do that.
So it would be a situation where the board would still have to be the approval
Right.
body. And
Correct.
At such time that the document becomes available, then one person can sign it. I don't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Because we all still have the same voice we would have, it's just less hassle in the back end.
Trying to get all three
Three
of us.
questions, who do we have signed? Do we appoint Brent? Have Sandy do it?
It's been done, people I've talked to, it's been done 17 different ways. So it's however you guys want to do it. There's really no common entity there, or common person, I should say, common person.
And I think it'd probably be best to have somebody that's like full-time with the county, not one of us commissioners, because then they're available.
Right, and that's true.
As long as it gets approved by the board, previous to it, that'd be fine with me. We can make you have you working with Greg on that?
Oh, I will work with Greg on that.
So just, you put together a draft and we can look at it, doing it in,
You
have the highway engineer.
You want me, let's say, okay, well, it doesn't matter, I really don't care.
Is
You need
this
something else to
just,
do.
is this just gonna be for
Well, man, I was gonna make it for NDOT,
NDOT?
DocuSign type contract, you know, I don't want, I'm not doing all of it, but,
That's what I wanted to make sure before you volunteer.
yeah, I'm gonna put that in the
You're not
ordinance.
signing the health department.
No, I am going to be for NDOT, DocuSign contracts only.
Okay.
So, okay, that's what we'll do.
I think that would simplify it as long as NDOT will accept that.
Then we have, and then on a side note, then I'm out of here, is it has to be done every year. They did, AIC did tell me that the ordinance would have to be adopted every year, but then I would submit that to NDOT on our behalf and go from there. That would be a documentation of it.
Working thing?
Yep.
Anything else for Brent?
Nope.
I did it.
Great job.
We can bring-
And I was gonna see, do we have a need for Steve to hang out, or do we wanna let him go do some highway work? 'Cause I don't see anything else on that.
We drove separate just for that reason, so.
I'm in favor of letting go. Anybody have a problem?
I don't have any problem with it.
No, I don't.
We need you, we'll call you.
He wants to stay. I'm
It's
okay with that. Okay.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock and it's 8:59, we'll wait 1 minute, and it'll be 9 o'clock for our bid opening for our land and water grant. Is Christine here?
She will not be here. We have a
Are
representative
you
from
the
Hayford.
representative or who's representing?
I didn't know, I just.
Yeah, Hayford, you should say Hayford would be from the.
Whoever needs to represent, the bid opening, the report.
I don't know if I'm not on the board, but I can represent you on.
Do we need?
I believe Hayford will be taking them under advisement and reporting back to us with a recommendation to the board, so, I'm content with Hayford assisting in the opening and Lisa as well, if she'd like. Sandy may have my letter opener.
Just to give you a background, it's a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. And it's National Park Service money, it's federal money. It goes to DNR, Division of Outdoor Recreation. And then it comes to the county park board. It's a 50% grant, 50% local share, which came from the park board budget. We have park board members here. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Tony Hospital,
Jane Betts
Joe Kosh.
and
For the record, who are you?
I'm Lisa Gellhouse in Indiana 15. We assisted with the grant application.
Dan, go back to there.
The architect, so.
And I'll say just from from where I sit, thank you so much for the work that you've done over the past several years on the park board, and between you folks and Christine, I've been really impressed with, because sometimes these boards, it's hard to get people motivated to do big projects and big things, and, because it takes time, and, yeah, you're not getting rich doing it. So I appreciate the efforts that you're doing. I think the community is gonna have a big benefit from your efforts, so thank you.
Yes,
The
thank you.
county council did appropriate money in the non-reverting fund for this project, so.
So we'll turn it over to the Schneider.
Dan, would you like to review it? Dan, would you like to see a copy?
I'm used to it.
Yeah, right here, it's fine. Okay, so then we'll take it that way, right? This one. This.
While they're looking through those, do either of you have any concerns about the new tower? If you read these things, tower out by, I guess it's a Kimball project,
I
right?
haven't heard any problems with it.
And Maple Grove Campground, consideration for historic preservation. I don't know anything about historic, or Maple Grove's historic background. Is there?
Here's
I don't know
everything's
about
here.
background. I've been back there in any place on church campground. It's the lead in Huntingburg towards Olive, down Old 64, about 3-4 miles out of town on your left, turn back to county.
Just interrupt, it's great.
You guys
Part of
talking, talking landmarks or? Oh.
Yes.
We have one bid here, and it was from Jasper Lumber Company Inc. And that bid, in my review of it, has the appropriate forms, affidavits, and bonds, financial statements, and it is a bid in the amount of $1,046,230 even. So that's 1,046,230.00.
Is that the total of the bids? Is that the only bid we received?
It is.
And for my thinking, what was the estimate that the board had?
The initial estimate was $550,000.
So this is twice what we expected. All right, well, the single bid we received will be taken under advisement by Hazer.
Yes.
And in the future, if the bid is to be awarded, we will set a time for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Schneider, is there any other action we need to take on the bid opening?
There is none.
Any comments from the board? Any additional comments from anyone involved? All right, so, good. Good. Move on from there. Did either of you want this folder for the insert on the? I usually hold on to it. Let's go through our miscellaneous items, see if we can get these knocked out for the next item. So Mike Vogler, with the Toka Valley Amateur Radio Club sent me a letter. Did he send the letter to the both of you?
He did, yes.
I didn't get mine yet.
Okay, so I sent him an email. I think I may have attached the both of you to that email, telling him that I'll be out of town that day, but maybe one of you can join if you'd like.
What's the date on it again?
The field day, it says, participating in this field day, which runs from 2 p.m. Saturday, June 26th to 2 p.m. Sunday, June 27th. And they also meet monthly at headquarters, dining room, at 7 p.m. on the second Tuesday of the month. And the public is welcome to attend those meetings. And amateur radio, it says, is recognized as one of the only viable communications that would be available after a large-scale disaster. And, you know, this is just a neat thing.
I may try to get out to the fairgrounds, it is at the fairgrounds, isn't it?
So,
one of the shelter houses or something, or the park, one of the shelter houses or something. I've got
Shelter House number 4 at Dubois County Park, located at the 4-H Fairgrounds, 1 mile north of Brettsville.
I know Mike, and I'll try to stop by there and
Appreciate
say hi. See if I can get on the radio.
that. Sounds good.
Do you want me to record on that yet?
We'll leave with it on that. Yeah. Might as well, I guess we can say that we discussed
Sorry, I
it.
was working on the video.
That's all right. So I think the majority of what I have here is going to be discussions that we will have when some of our future guests are gonna be here. So I don't really wanna get ahead of myself on those. I did have another American Rescue Plan meeting this, last week with the group. So we are working with those folks for some ideas. Sandy is working on some revenue replacement numbers. We are, Nicole with the Community Foundation was at the meeting. They may help us if we do some grants for nonprofits or anything like that. They may help us review some grants and be partners on that. So she was in attendance. I had met with them in person previously with the Community Foundation, and some of the committee members have talked to the Community Foundation also about the grant application process and how they do that. So that was good.
Do we have, and I mentioned this, I think somewhere along the line, do we have confidence that the staff that we have can follow up on all of these things and, you know, whether it's determining the legitimacy of the project and whether it'll fit in line, or do we need help on this, I guess is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that we hire somebody, maybe it's a contracted service.
Yeah, I was thinking about that this weekend as well. I started reading there's compliance reporting guidance that came out on Thursday evening. So there is a place within those numbers that says you can hire a consultant or you can hire a staff person,
Right.
and you can pay rent for their office. I mean, you could do things for it, and it is a substantial amount of money, so I think some communities may hire a person to do that work, or you may hire a consultant. So I don't know that it would be, I think I may have emailed both of you yesterday some information with some slides on it. Or at least I gave it to my committee. I know I gave it to the committee, and I thought I put the two of you on there.
I mean, I just
Maybe
read
we did.
it all the way through
I-
my yesterday email to it.
I spent a lot of time this weekend on county business, so I probably overloaded your inboxes or some people's.
It wasn't yesterday. I didn't get anything
He
yesterday.
sent it Friday morning.
Friday morning?
I think I got it Friday morning. Because I got it from the state and then you sent it when I had two.
You sent it yesterday at 11:30 when I got it.
Okay. And were the other two on there? Yeah. Okay. So I guess my thought on it would be to at least look into it and see if an outfit like Barnes or Baker Tilly or both, I don't know what our need will be at this point, but at least we could ask them to see what they think their role could be. From reading it, they're claiming that the compliance reports and the things that we're going to have to do will be simpler than it was through the CARES Act, and the CARES Act didn't have much to it. So I don't want to pay a huge, somebody $400 an hour to help us with something that's simple, but I don't want to necessarily hire somebody if we don't have to. You know, I mean, like an employee or something.
Well, Friday after our meeting, I had brought it up at the meeting.
Mhm.
And I wanted to talk to you about what you learned when you brought that up, and we hadn't had a chance yet.
I think that's what I may have put in my email too, was that maybe the two of you would communicate and see what need you thought there is. I told Sandy, the thing that I think we could use help with, or Sandy probably could use the assistance with, is finding out, calculating our revenue loss. Because that's gonna be number one. Out of the 8 million, we'll backfill, hopefully things like motor vehicle, highway fund money that we were short from 19 to 20, and
It's, you know, figured now, so.
Through what?
I'm getting those numbers figured now, so.
Right, so by the time we're done with all that, that might be $1.5 million around the county, between the health department, highway department, and county, the funds that were lost. So we may need assistance on making sure that we calculate those properly, reimburse the county, and then we can make determinations on the remainder.
You know, my concern was just, in sitting through that meeting that I went to on, you know, for example, shortly this fall, you've got to have some kind of,
August 31st is an
yeah.
interim report, and then there's
Yeah.
quarterlies, and then there's annual.
right.
So there's a lot more than,
It just seemed like it was ending up being a lot of documentation, compliance, and unlike the CARES Act, where we had to get approval up front before we spent the money. Here we spend the money, and then maybe sometime down the road, there's gonna be an audit that comes along and says, oh, you couldn't do that.
right,
And then we said, then we have to pay it back. It's already spent, but we have to pay the feds back on it.
And see, that's not I'm not finding much of that in what I'm reading. What I was finding in there's different categories of people with different reporting things, requirements. So the very smallest people, the littlest amount of money, people have almost no reporting requirements. And then us, where we would sit, we are in the counties with a population of below 250,000 with more than 5 million received. So we have 2 of the 3 reports that we have to do. And then if you were a bigger place like Indianapolis, they have one, and they have to submit themselves to it all day.
Okay.
I don't think that ours,
But if we, that needs to be reported in
Correct.
some way, right? And one of the comments that was made by one of the presenters is we're going to have to be storytellers. Not that we, you know, make up a story or rationalize a story or something like that, but they said you have to be able to you have to be able to effectively tie the project to the ARPA guidelines. And that's going to be key as to whether or not in an audit it gets kicked out or not.
right, that'll be I think there'll be multiple steps in that, starting at the committee, making sure that we think that it complies with the 4 categories that are allowable spending. Have maybe the attorney see if he thinks that it matches
Okay.
from a legal standpoint, then the commissioners would probably be a final. I
Well,
would think that we'll have layers but I'm with you. You don't want to use it on something that's not permissible, then you want to be able to communicate that appropriately. That's kind of what you're saying. It's not really, you're not making a story up, you're communicating why you did what you
communicating
did.
it correctly, yes. Or you don't want to bypass some opportunity because, we don't know if that fits or not. Whereas if you did communicate it correctly, it would be okay. You know, I think there's even opportunities for some hires, if you will, within the county and maybe even within the public to improve healthcare, even mental health care, a variety of things.
So, I guess that's just a work in progress, so it looks like we're getting closer to our next agenda item.
Did I hear you send an email at 11:30 Sunday?
The one Sandy referred to is on Friday, and then he followed up yesterday with the link to IACC yesterday at 11:30-ish.
I guess when I get those links to IACC, I don't have a login, so I can't ever see them.
Right, so what I did yesterday was all the slides that they gave on all of those, I went to the IACC, saved them all,
Okay.
and then I emailed them because I didn't figure some of the people, did they not come through?
That wasn't a part of your email yesterday.
I'll have to do that. Because I thought I sent an email to at least some people that had those
Well,
4.
you could have, it's not the one I was referring to.
I need to contact them and see if they'll give me a login. Sometimes you'll send me them and I
Can you
cannot.
not create a login on the website?
When you link in it, once it doesn't say how to create one, so I need to get one from them, I assume.
Okay, so yesterday at 11:51, I sent it to the committee and Sandy that I didn't send it to Greg or the other commissioners, because they have logins.
Okay,
That, they have the slideshows from the 4 presentations and a link to the YouTube video of those presentations regarding the ARP money. Sandy, you will have that today, and the other commissioners can log in themselves.
mhm. Yeah, no, I've been through them. The Baker Tilly and the Florence Garnberg presentations were the most pertinent. They were the best. The others were,
As they usually are, I mean.
the other two were kind of fringe stuff. Not that it wasn't important, one of them was on broadband, but that's important, and that may be a factor in this, but it didn't tie the ARPA back to it.
All right, so I'm gonna just say before we move into some of these items, because we have people that are asking for additional hires and additional expenditures from in the employee realm. So just in brief, we have numbers in front of us that if the council does proceed with the 3% increase in wages for all of the county employees this year, that based on 2021's numbers, if we extrapolate that into the 3% increase for next year, that the additional county expenditure in those areas, that would include the Medicare, the PERF, the Social Security things, is $388,000 plus. So I guess that's just something we keep in mind as we make these determinations today, and also that the healthcare doesn't get cheaper either. So that would be on top of some of that. So I just wanted to put that out there. The next item on our agenda is 9:15, the 2022 budget for soil and water position. Judy and Brenda, I believe, are here.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have copies of our draft budget request? No? Okay. So you sit there shaking her head? Okay.
Thank you.
I don't ever print that stuff because people always bring it to the meeting. I have a few of them.
All right,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, so our budget is fairly straightforward. We have requested the 3% raise for me, the director, as well as for the administrative assistant, which is Jessica. So that's reflected in that line item. Moving back up to Justin, I have prepared a salary adjustment request form, and I have given it to Marky already. So what I did is I included that request. So where he would have gotten a 3% raise, what it amounts to is a 9% raise. It puts him right in the middle of that PAP 3 pay scale. So I have put that proposed request in the line item. And then when we move down to resource specialist, Melissa's position, we were here 2 weeks ago, we requested a full-time position for Melissa. So the $37,783 is reflecting that new position, which would be a PAP 3, and that is the lowest pay level of that PAP 3. And then we have the comp time on here as well.
And then keep in mind, we're eliminating the 2 part-time positions, which is the project technician part-time position and the technical specialist, which is vacant. We have not been able to hire anyone to fill that position. So again, we are eliminating those 2 part-time positions.
I've worked with Marky twice. We've advertised the position and have not had any qualified applicants, which is why we decided to just eliminate that position and request that Melissa be full-time. So the 4 positions on here then would be full-time positions. The director, which is me, Justin, Jessica, and Melissa. Those 4 positions would be full-time with benefits, and then also $2,000 for comp time.
So overall, what was the change in your budget from 20 to 21?
I don't have that here in front of me, I'm sorry.
You have that? I do have that, but I'm just checking it out to see what's different. So vehicle, fuel. Do you have any money that comes from anywhere other than just the soil and water district budget from, as far as what comes from the county? Because last year it says that your approved budget was 180,000, and this year it's saying it's 166,000, so I'm trying to figure out what the difference is.
Okay, the reason that it's different to that degree is I always figured the perf and the FICA on ours, and I was told that that is something that comes out of your budget and not to put it on ours.
Okay, so you dropped, there's
Yeah.
$24,000 in those areas.
Yes.
So take that out of yours from last year, your budget would have been 156, this year it's 166 or 167, so somewhere in that range.
Yes.
Office supplies, she has up $100, so nothing significant there. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
On the discussion with Justin, and that increase, that's a new request? Forgive me, I mean, we haven't been informed of that prior to this, is that?
Okay, I went ahead and submitted the salary
Yes.
request form to Marky.
Yes.
So,
When did you submit that?
last week,
Okay.
no, 2 weeks ago. So he has that in hand. I have a copy if you need a.
Well, not necessarily. My question, I guess, sort of, that's in process. In other words, you've
Yes.
included it in your budget, but it's not in any way determined yet whether that will happen.
Correct, yes. Yeah, it says the deadline for him to submit it is July 15th, so
Okay.
that's down the road.
So I filled out a few of those myself. So it basically goes from the employee to their director, so you, and then you would take it to Marky, and Marky would take it to the county council,
Yes,
unless there's a change in classification or something, then it would come to us. But-
yeah, no, there's no classification, it's just a request for a pay bump.
Okay. Did either of you have any other questions on what was in the budget in the past?
What am I trying to say? There's only a few items on the budget.
Yes. yeah, there's
Not a lot to look at.
No, I'll have to look at.
And for the items such as office supplies, vehicle fuel maintenance, office supplies and other things, what I typically do is I'll average out what we actually spend over the last 3 years. And so I adjust those line items based on our average usage. So some things went up, some things went down, but they stay within a few $100s. So yeah, that's fairly small.
Yeah, the lion's share is all in that top category, the
Yes.
personal services.
Yes. Which is how we help our landowners bring the funds into the county.
If we did not have our people, we would not be able to bring the funds in related to the grants and those other programs that bring dollars into the county. Without the people, the work couldn't get done, we wouldn't get those dollars.
Judy, I watched your videos yesterday,
Great.
and I think it was on your video where you said that over the last 22 years, you brought in $500,000 of grants. Is that accurate? I mean, the reason I'm asking, I'm not saying that it sounds underreported. I thought there was more than that. So
I would have to go back and I did that last year, so that's probably accurate at the time. I'm sure
I was thinking that so on a yearly basis, is there something recurring every year that you, being a soil and water conservation district, that gets brought in funding?
we received money from the state. We received $10,000 every year from the state to help us with operations, and then we apply for clean water Indiana grants. So right now we have 2 active grants. We're part of a third one with Spencer and York County. So those bring in a varying amount annually. And then we have occasional contribution agreements. So for example, in 2020, we received $31,000. Justin helped us he did the field visits for the clients in the county, and so we were paid $31,000. So we received money for that from the federal government as well. And then we in turn will roll that back out as match for grants or cost share.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Commissioner Hofstadter?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Thomas? So I think I'm still in the same position I was last time. I'm not comfortable with, adding another person to the, healthcare and to, I'm not comfortable with raises. I mean, that'd be another $20,000 of, and I guess I don't feel 100% convinced that we will get $20,000 of more benefit by doing it. And maybe I'm wrong, or you guys haven't been convinced, but I guess that's where I sit. That, so I'd probably vote no to the addition.
I'm not a big proponent of adding new people, but I understand the predicament you guys are in. It's really hard right now to hire new people, and I understand they have someone on staff that does a really good job. And when you have quality individuals, especially now, you hold on to them any way you can. So I do believe I can support you adding this position as a full-time. I appreciate the homework you did on it to make it as budget-friendly as possible. But anytime we make somebody full-time, we have to add benefits, and that's where the additional's coming in. So I do support this.
I would agree with that. I could repeat what you said, but I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, I agree. I think it needs to be done.
And two, I respect and appreciate the both of you. I know you do a good job. I'm just being extra conservative and cautious. That's where I'm at. So I don't think you're asking for something that you're not going to make good use of. So would one of you like to make a motion on the request to, so I guess we should probably take this in two steps. One, if you want to eliminate the part-time position that was created previously, and you tell me if I'm misdoing this, we'll want to probably get rid of that position and then create the new position. I think those would be the two.
To your point that once a position is created, it never goes away, we're gonna get rid of one here.
Well, but I guess the other thing to consider,
Okay, we're getting rid of two, yes.
the thing to consider though is what if it goes to the county council and they say, we're not funding it?
Sure.
So should we eliminate the position? I guess what I don't want to do is I call it employee who say, oh, you've kind of been accidentally fired because we eliminated your position and the council won't fund the new position. So I think we probably do need to proceed cautiously.
Hold off on the elimination of the two positions.
When will you be going to the council to make the request to them?
It'll be in August.
August 9th on the budget meeting.
Okay.
Do you recommend that we meet with them sooner? To just, bounce this past them too?
Let me think. Should they meet with them earlier?
I would think we should. I think they should present the same case to the council. That'd be my opinion, then we know before budget, before we have to do budget day. I don't say, maybe I'm wrong,
Is there a council meeting next week?
next Monday.
I'll get on the agenda if there's space then.
Okay. Then I guess at that point, you have support of the board. We have 2 members in favor and 1 not in favor. So you have the support there to create 1 position, eliminate the 2 positions. So I guess it's more informal now. We probably shouldn't take action because we don't want to hurt them on accident.
Right.
And let you go in front of the council next week and we can maybe act.
So you can approach the council and say you have the blessing of the commissioners. We just haven't moved on it yet.
Okay.
Would you ask,
Is that right, Sandy? Is that the way?
I was gonna say, can they approve it pending their
You
approval?
can create the position pending council's
Pending
approval.
council
If
approval.
that occurs, then you can revisit the
and the
elimination.
council doesn't approve it, then the position is not created.
It's not created and you've not eliminated the other one yet.
Let's do that.
Put that
I'll
into a
make
short
a
phrase.
motion that we approve the creation of the new full-time position at Soil and Water, pending council approval.
I'll second their motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
All right.
Anyone opposed? Aye. The motion carries. Do you want to make a second motion on the other one with the eliminating the other
There's one
position?
vacant position
Pending,
You can
pending
just wait
council
on that.
approves it.
I'd say you can wait on that.
You can wait on that and just come back.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
would be better.
Okay.
Let's not forget to do it though.
So in your budget, you
What
already have
wage
that zero.
classification?
At the
Wage
same,
classification, did we have that identified?
I'm sorry,
The wage classification, did we have that identified?
for the new position,
We
I
did.
requested a PAT 3, yes.
At 3, yes, yeah. It was coming to me slowly, but at 3, yes.
and out of that wage range, where did you have the,
At the bottom.
okay, the beginning part?
Yeah.
Do you want me to amend the motion to make that part of it? Is that,
Just do another one otherwise.
The elimination, you mean?
no, the PAT 3 position?
We'll give him guys.
Just give a second motion. We've already voted on that one, it's already done.
Then I move that the new position created at Soil and Water be classified as a PAT 3. PAT 3.
So we have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
So you were a yes on that one?
The position's gonna be created, that's what it should be.
I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Judy or Brenda, do you have anything else for us today?
I don't believe so.
No, I know.
Thank you very much for your
All
time.
right, thank you, I
All right, have a
appreciate
good
your
day.
support.
Thank you.
Okay. Jasper Downtown Revitalization, Mayor Vonderheide? Good morning.
Picture of.
Good morning, commissioners. What?
I said a picture of revitalization.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, and I'm here to bring up an old subject, which is the downtown revitalization, in the courthouse square specifically. What I'm here to ask is, we'd like to proceed with REA and BS Engineering with regard to the courthouse square redevelopment project. Projects intended to upgrade and transform the courthouse square to serve the county for the next 100 years. Project includes the streets, the alleys within the 1 block from the courthouse. And it goes from Jackson to Newton and from 5th to 7th Streets. That's phase 1. And that's what I'm here for. We'd like to include new asphalt street paving. In the early proposal, it was all pavers. We've gone to asphalt now. Flush curbs, permeable clay pavers in the parking spaces to install best management practices when it comes to stormwater management. There'll be some street trees and planters, utility upgrades. It's a big driver behind this is that in fact we have 100-year-old infrastructure here that needs to be fixed. And there's some alternative design for concrete sidewalks with decorative borders that we're looking at. Originally, it was pavers, and that's what drove the cost way up. So we are taking a good look at concrete with some type of decorative border right now. Some additional improvements in the schematic design include the ADA accessible ramp to the courthouse. And then outside, the streetscape improvements around the monument. So that, I think we were asked to put that in the scope on the east side of the courthouse property. The design development, construction documents are estimated with construction to be about $5 million for this project. And I'm here to, as a city, asking that the county contribute financially. You have contributed resources, and I really do appreciate the value of the resources that we've had attending. We've had Council President Kleesner, we've had Brent Leno, and we've had Councilperson Becky Beck attending these meetings. So it's been good to have that input. So we're asking the county to contribute financially to the completion of this project. It's our county seat.
And I know you have contributed to other cities and their streetscapes and their downtown areas as well. So I'm not here to give you an amount. I'm just, the $5 million that we have right here in this immediate area, I'd like you to consider a contribution toward that. Thank you. Any questions? I don't know that I'll have the answers, but I'll try.
The monument, you mentioned the monument.
Yes.
What are you looking at there?
Well, Brett could probably explain a little bit more. We were looking at, one, the crossing the street safely. Right. It blocks the view of motorists, and so we're looking at maybe bringing it out a little bit.
Bump out, we talked about the fence, we talked about ramps, curbs, better protect the monument type thing. So it really, we're not actually affecting the monument itself, but the area around it, just
Yeah.
safety.
From a safety standpoint.
Part of the reason I brought that up in an unrelated discussion with Scott, and I know we've talked about it at times too, that there is some maintenance that needs to be taken care of in that fence and the support for the fence and so forth around there. And so will this, do you think this will all be part of that process?
Well, that's, Scott and I mentioned the fence one time, just him and I sat there talking, and then it happened to have a meeting with these guys like the day or two later. I brought it up, something has to be done around there too. Why not incorporate it in there as well? Because if we're gonna be doing construction around it, we might as well update it and upgrade it while we're there.
Right.
So,
The monument itself is deteriorating, the base of it, as it
and
has.
I haven't actually went on a monument and looked at it or anything.
It's got some, I think Scott, you pointed out some problems to me, but it was redone, 10 years ago? 15 years?
They replaced a couple of limestone pieces 5 or 6 years ago, maybe. There's some more that needs to be replaced at the bottom, a couple of the bottom pieces.
I would say that, just in a general sense, I want the county to partner with the city in whatever way is reasonable for both parties. I think we discussed the ADA accessibility previously. We didn't come up with anything that we moved forward with. I think between the infrastructure and the couple of items that you mentioned, I would be supportive of working with you and with the city in some capacity.
I think it's important for you to know that what we've currently completed is called the schematic design. The next step for the project is design development. And that involves, as the mayor said, REA and VS coming in and putting more meat to the bones of the schematic plan. And in doing that, they would sit down and talk about the details about what the ADA design would look like, what the changes to the area around the monument, what that would look like. So we don't really have answers to specific details. We would talk with the county about what that needs to look like, or not we, but the engineering and design team.
We think it's gonna be a multi-year project. It's not gonna happen in one summer, so.
Have you made any determinations if rescue plan funds can be used for any of the design or I would assume that the infrastructure, at least the pipes and
Yeah.
those things should
They
be,
can.
Definitely.
that's a specific category for it. So,
Yeah.
that's a good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of grants out there that we need to sign up for. Especially since right now we're talking about this scope, but our intention is to take it all the way up to 9th Street down to 2nd Street. So we complete the infrastructure up front.
Yep.
So I did, other than what I had sent, as far as, I think you had the spreadsheets from the minutes, the minutes, I think it keeps everybody up to date as to what decisions are going on, and I'm glad to share those, because, there should be no surprises, out there. We try to be as open as we can in communicating where we're at in this project. If there is anything, don't hesitate to ask.
What other kind of, did we make a contribution to Huntingburg to their streets, or what?
Stellar program.
Stellar program.
So we gave it in a general sense, and they decided that's where they wanted the funds.
Fourth Street was funded out of Stellar.
I think so.
I think it was.
So we made a contribution and that's why they decided to.
We did it over so many years.
Yeah, it was spread over 5 years.
5
You and I talked about it, but I don't know what the
Yeah, I
number
can't
was.
remember.
Yeah,
And
so
we've
we're
done
still
some-
set up, yeah.
And we've done some to quasi-private, you know, the lofts and that sort of thing. Some of those things were,
Some of the housing needs and.
yeah, some of the housing projects we've contributed to as well.
And in this situation, I mean, it is a direct benefit to county property of portion.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's not,
Absolutely, and, you know, just the dimension of the monument and what we could and should be doing around that monument, that's on us. I'm gonna say, doing it at the same time makes all the sense in the world, and making it all pull together and, you know, work for everybody.
Well, and I really believe it's been good having representatives from the county in that meeting, because I think the more we work collaboratively on projects like that, rather than independently us doing it,
Yeah.
and then you addressing the monument another time, it makes sense to do it all at one time.
Right.
You know, I'm just kinda excited about moving forward with it. So.
Appreciate you being
that's- Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. See you.
these are coming out. Is this on our agenda?
Maybe.
Amy,
So Amy's.
10:30.
10:30, okay, there we go. Sorry, I missed it.
I don't think this one is, but it's numbered after this one. Has that ever stopped you?
No. Is this one, so is this one on here too? you said?
No.
Okay, so we can address that right now if we want to. It's something.
Yeah, I know them and then you change them on me.
Sounds good. Would you rather wait? All right.
It's always backwards in the minutes.
All right, here we go. We, let's just, put this in here. We have 2 minutes until the next agenda item. We have a resolution in front of the board, resolution 2021-25. Whereas the Indiana Economic Development Corporation is administering, the READY grants. The initiative dedicates $500 million in state appropriations, and we need to partner up with an organization to help DuBois County take part in this funding. And the board, it says here that the Board of DuBois Commissioners desires to express its intention to join a region for the purpose of participating in the READY grant funding program. And now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of DuBois County, Indiana, DuBois County elects to participate in the READY grant funding program as a regional member of Regional Opportunity Initiative, ROI. That would be my desire. Would that be desire of Commissioner Hostetter?
What were the other options again? That was the,
There's an organization out of Evansville, it's that Southwest Indiana Economic
I believe
Development.
this is the one with, Monroe County and.
From Monroe to DuBois, that's kind of the bookends.
And then speaking with Region 15 earlier, you know, I feel more comfortable in that district, but I don't feel that they have the resources, the administrative capability in this area that it would make sense for the county to join with a brand new organization.
Just to clarify, it's the same as the Region 15 district, but it's
It's
not
not that-
Region 15.
correct.
Region 15 does not qualify as an RDA or a nonprofit to apply. So it's a different organization. It just so happens to coincide
So, yeah.
with Region 15.
I would agree that ROI is the correct choice.
And with discussions with both mayors, I believe they are on board with this as well, so. And I believe, I think that's all there is to say about that, so I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2021-25.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I think this is the one that you emailed me.
Just the phone.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about that.
Next up, we have Purdue Extension. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you all? I have to put it in here and change it.
You're gonna change it anyways.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I know on the agenda it says that we are here to touch base again about our position request, but actually we would like to retract that request. With this new restructuring of how extension is going to work and Lisa adopting this Area 3 director role, we are being granted from the university an additional assistant educator position, which we are going to try and fulfill that bilingual request through that position. So actually, just kidding, we don't need a new position. So we did just want to come and let you know that and answer any questions that you might have about that. I know I emailed you all a letter outlining that, as well as our budget for 2022. A few key points about that are in our staff salaries, those are requested amounts. The increases have not been approved, so that's kind of if they get their raises, yeah.
Put in the request for an additional raise to Markey, so we don't know if those will be approved.
Sure.
We have
Through the
full-
salary adjustment program?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so I was gonna ask that, because these are
yes,
higher than.
that's why they're a bit higher. They're just budgeted. That will be that full amount.
And then we included our additional rent that we touched base on last time as well. That's the contractual services changed.
The contractual services, I was wondering, how's that figured? Do you know?
Generally, this past year, well, we get a percentage that it goes up every year. Ours in DuBois County did go up a little bit more than what the neighboring counties around us because we are getting that full additional position, but it's not gonna pay for the full position. The university is actually covering most of that.
So they don't-
We aren't given a formula like
That's what I
X
was
plus
gonna
Y
ask.
equals Z. No,
We don't
it
know.
comes down from
They
the
send it
business
to us from the
office.
business office.
We're not privy to that.
I think in past
The
years,
reason I brought it up is because Vanderburgh County, their contractual amount was, for educators, 84,000. And ours is 126,000. Plus, I mean, they have rent payment too that they have, but it didn't make sense to me because they have an office manager, a couple secretaries, an extension agent, 4 assistants, and I think they have the same number of educators. I'm not positive about the educators, I did look, but I don't remember.
and it might be funded a little differently too. There's 92 counties and 92 ways to do things. You know, we say a lot in extension. Sometimes educators are partially grant funded from something specifically they're working on in the county or something like that. It just depends on, or the county has received grants to cover something. So like if one of us would be working on a special project or something, sometimes the county can buy out some of our time through another organization. Of course, then we can't do as much other work that we currently do. So every county is just a little bit different whenever it comes to that contractual services. So it's kind of difficult to look at from county to county and say they've got this many people and that many.
So I don't think we ever approve their budget before it goes to the council, do it? I mean, if you remember ever doing that? I think
Unless it's.
they're just kind of here as a courtesy.
We don't
Yeah,
do
that's
that.
right. Yeah, we just wanted to
We only do
update you
that
because
for
things
things that
change.
are in the commissioner budget, correct?
I mean, because I'm not just picking on you, I pick on everybody.
Yeah, it's all good.
So like the only other thing so 2 things that were of interest to me were, one, how do we come up with the contractual services amount? So I guess I'll call for you and find out. I don't know who that person would be, but just because I'm curious. And the other part would be the water tank rental. No other office gets a water tank.
We don't have any other supply of water, so we've been paying for that through our supply budget or something. We just felt like it should be pulled out separately. We
The water
only have,
fountain or
no, we only have a bathroom sink.
I remember this request.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, I just, those
Yeah.
are two things that stood out.
We have
to
a
me.
bathroom sink and I don't think you can even get a water bottle underneath it because it's a really small.
If you do, you might get a millipede in there.
And we don't own the
Because we
building,
have
so
centipedes in our.
we're probably not gonna put a $3,000 water fountain in it or whatever, so. I don't have any other questions for them, I appreciate you coming back though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
guys.
Thanks. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, have a good day.
We just have fun for free.
Okay.
So they're getting a position of educator.
I believe that's what they said, I don't know if it's a full-time educator. Mike, do you have any idea how they're funded, how that contractual services amount is?
No, I don't. I was kind of curious myself how, how that's funded because it's different for each county. I don't know if it's based on the amount of people using the services possibly, or I don't know.
I just hate, I would hate that it's just, they'll pay it, so we'll just keep increasing it every year, I doubt that's it, but there has to be some kind of a way to come up with it.
Formula or something.
Cause like with Life Springs, we get no say in it, it's just you gotta pay it, that's how it is. And I don't know if Brio Extension is the same way or not.
The same way with the rent, who negotiates the rent, same. You know what I'm saying? If it's up to Lisa there, so.
I think the county could say we're not paying it and we could give them an alternate location if we wanted.
Did you hear?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good question, maybe when you're asking about the budget. How's that, is that the best value or?
They'll bring a proposal to us that we could analyze it, at least that, who's saying that, the landlord isn't taking, could be taking advantage of them. I'm not saying they are.
He may be giving us a wonderful deal or he may be taking advantage, we don't know.
So the attorney should look at it. At least.
If we're paying it directly or if we sign for it, it seems like it'd be our responsibility to, to get into it a little deeper than this. So maybe Purdue rents the space and brings it back to us.
So do they turn in a claim if we pay the landlord?
I need a landlord, if I'm remembering correctly. And if I remember correctly, it's a handwritten lease.
Bring one for everybody?
Didn't win one anyway.
This is the last one. You have diet ski at the restaurant?
No. I don't even know if I could get ski anymore. So this has been there for probably 3-4 months.
Does Dad have a contract with us?
Distributor.
Yeah.
I haven't been bringing it to us anymore.
Everybody's gonna do that. All right.
Look at me.
I used to get it at the store over by my other house. Commissioner Bruns, do you have any additional items you'd like to bring up? We have a couple minutes here.
I didn't write anything down. Just a couple things that have been going on. Of course, the bike and trail meeting was held last week and had a reasonable number of people there at any rate. And they went through it all again, and we'll be receiving the final copy of that sometime toward the end of June here, before the 1st of July, is what I've been told. And we'll be asked to adopt that along with the cities, and we can have that discussion at that point.
On that, did the radio report a dollar figure if this was all implemented? So I got a phone call from a friend and they said, you're gonna spend, and it seemed like a large number. I don't remember.
Was it 60 million?
$60 million, that's what I thought it was.
60 million?
And he said, you're spending $60 million? And I said, no, I don't think so.
If the whole thing was put in place today, you know, but this is a plan that might be out there for 50 years. And some of it will never come to fruition. Some of it hopefully will. It'll be a piece by piece commitment whenever we do that. You know, the plan itself didn't cost us, but it cost $40,000 for the plan itself. And that's the only commitment that we have at this point. To adopt it simply means, in my understanding, to adopt it simply means that we accept it as our plan. Doesn't mean that we don't change that.
We accept spending $60 million.
Right.
Got it.
Trying to think what else. The conference, the meeting this week, Wednesday, down at the river. You guys are coming, Tony and Marquis, and I think Brent and Steve are planning to attend, so.
Need to be there at 5. I think it's 5 then.
I'll have to check.
I have to look. I have it written down.
I'll try to send out a
I have
reminder
it
to
written
everybody.
down.
Yeah. And I did register for you guys and Marky and Nick. Brent registered himself.
And Steve.
And Steve, yeah. You guys plan to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look at what time it is.
I have it over there.
Yes. I don't know, I may think of something else later.
Okay. We can briefly speak on the CPT. I did talk with a person, they gave me a contact for a person, and I spoke with her this weekend. If we want to, we can appoint her to our position, or to the position that the board has. I did look up the code, and the code says that for our benefits, the executive of Consolidated City and County, the president of the county executive in a county not containing a consolidated city or their designee, so we can designate someone to the position. And so, I mean, we can appoint the person. It was Autumn Goebel, is that correct? Autumn, is that, what's her last name? Is-
Just like still Google or she got married? Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need to do an
Well,
appointment form or?
that's what I was gonna ask, that, I'm not sure.
Wasn't she a previous employee?
She was. She works at Community Corrections. Now she's at Crisis Connection. So do either of you have a problem with bringing her on?
I don't.
So I'd like to do that. As far as the appointment form, I don't know if there is an appointment form. How would we find that out?
There probably wouldn't be one if before it was just basically the president of the executive was doing it, so.
How about this? We won't take action today necessarily, but what I will do is reach out to the CPT themselves, and I will tell them of our intention, and then we can, I'll see where that goes. They have a meeting this week, I believe, and I was going to miss it anyway. I'm gonna be out of town. But I'll tell them that's what our intention is, and I'll see if there's any steps that we need to take
Yeah.
for the future. That being said, it's now 10 o'clock. We have a 2022 budget adult protective services.
Just a preface before you speak. He has made his presentation to the council, and they feel strongly to give some money towards his program, so you kind of know why he's back. because the council felt like he needed to come and present to you all so you guys could put it in your budget if you so choose.
Is that all right?
I mean, the majority of the council members wanted to participate in some form financially.
Sir, I say your last name?
Haseman.
Long name.
Okay.
Got it.
Hi, my name's Rob Haseman, and I'm the unit director for Adult Protective Services. And I have one of my investigators here today, Chris Jarrett. My other investigator had to go to Greene County today, so she couldn't be here. But we consist of the three of us are the unit. So we cover Davies, Martin, Greene, Knox, Pike, and DuBois County. So we've got 6. Most people aren't very familiar with APS, and I don't know if you guys are, great. But just as a quick general overview, we are a state agency that is actually contracted through the counties to provide adult protective services. And adult protective services, what we do is we take in reports of adult endangerment for anyone that's 18 years of age or older. But typically those populations are the elderly, the developmentally disabled, and then the mentally ill. Sometimes combinations of all 3. We will take in reports of abuse to those populations. We'll investigate those calls and then take a variety of different appropriate actions. 99.9% of what we do is kind of like child protective services. You don't ever hear about it because there's very, very strict confidentiality rules. So you'll almost never see an article in the paper about us or, anybody from the news or anything like that do anything. The closest I've seen of that really has been, if you've watched the show Orders, once in a great while, they'll have an APS investigator kind of pop in on those cases, but they don't really go into any detail of what they do. But whenever we get these reports of abuse, typically it can be people in any kind of a healthcare setting, home setting, in any kind of an institutional setting, in hospitals, group homes, things like that. Like I say, I'm just kind of giving you a real fast overview. The main reason, for about a decade really, APS as a whole statewide has had a lot of budget shortfall issues. And there's only, like right now, I think there's 85 or 86 employees in the entire APS program for the whole state, which is around 6 million people. So we're very, very small. And we're embedded into the FSSA. The budget issues really, for as long, I've been here about 12 years, they really started about a decade ago. And the state contracts with what they call a hub county. So the hub county that covers this area is Davies. And they've had the actual contract for as long as I've been around and as long as my predecessor. So really since the beginning back in about the mid-80s. The contract has not kept up with the times. Even though our caseloads statewide have exploded, it's not even come close. So what has happened is the hub counties in all the entire state have actually been subsidizing the units by quite a bit. Our contract is, roughly around $200,000 for the year. It's falling about $50,000 a year short. And mainly where that's coming from is in the health insurance category. However, it is affecting our other categories. I don't think we're going to be able to do our lease on our car next year, so we'll be back to driving our personal vehicles again. We have to use our own cell phones, et cetera. So the prosecutor who actually administers the contract asked that I go to all the counties that are in our area and ask for money and to donate to the program so that we can make up for the shortfall. Originally, when I came here to the council meeting, we were about 50,000 short. I have been able to, through some different other avenues, the state APS office listened to my unit and actually all the other units and has gave us some of that shortfall. But we're still about $4,500 short. So we have went to the other counties. I have not had anyone tell me no yet. But the biggest thing has been trying to figure out how to do, make a donation. And I think what's going to happen for most of the counties is they're going to try to donate something, probably starting on their county budgets January 1st. So, and I think this is the first actual commissioners meeting I've went to. It's mainly just been councils, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions you have. I think the council here expressed a desire for me to kind of give you guys some information and hopefully have your support. I don't know where you would fall in as far as donating goes. I think the councils do that primarily, but I'm willing to take any questions you have, or like I say, I'm really paring down what we do, but I know we got only not a whole lot of time here, so.
It's just an unusual way of doing business, isn't it? If you're a state agency and you have to go asking for money. I hate to get to be in that position, I guess.
I will tell you on a personal level, it's been very humbling and a big disappointment, to be honest. Because the state has let everyone down, particularly, and I don't want to get on a soapbox, but particularly our citizens and our most vulnerable ones. And I really can't go into a lot of case details with you, but I can tell you that the cases that we work are heartbreaking. I mean, they're your grandparents, they're, the intellectually disabled person you see working a job through a day program somewhere out here. It's people that's been abused in nursing homes, and a whole variety of other cases. And typically the folks we deal with really are just like small children, but they're adults. And I think one of the things that always strikes me and the other investigators is when you dig into it, I mean, we've had people that were cases that were county commissioners, county council members, politicians, people that owned, were very wealthy, very poor, covers the gamut. And almost always they end up in these situations that they never imagined that they would be in. Their family not taking care of them.
So are you, sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so would you say I have a family member who's a harm to themselves, they're self-destructive, and I mean, how would somebody even know that you would be existing, or would it come to you, or how does that even happen?
It can come directly to us, and typically in a case like you're talking about, usually the police would be called first, and the police would actually provide a direct intervention at that time. Then they would either contact us, or if that person ended up in the hospital, social services would contact us to work with them, with that person. Ideally, every case we get, we try to work with the adult and do what they want to do, because they're an adult. And the assumption is an adult can make their own decisions. So we're always on the side of the adult or the victim, whatever you want to call it. And we always try to work with them to do what they prefer is like in case you're talking about if they were going to go into some sort of mental treatment facility or something, we would work with that person to try to accomplish that goal. We wouldn't necessarily go to court and force them to do it. That's very rare. It's very rare that we go to court and force somebody against their will into a facility or some other situation. And we also work with the police on criminal prosecutions. So,
what kind of a caseload do you, and I'm not looking for a number, but I mean, are the three of you able to handle the caseload that exists in your region? Are you triaging, and if I can use that term, triaging in some way, or how's the load?
We're in total triage mode. Ideally, what I would love to do would be able to take a case and after the initial triage, actually follow that person over time to make sure it doesn't happen again. Sometimes that happens, but very rarely. Usually what we're doing is we're taking in reports and we're trying to take the most important ones first, the life-threatening emergency ones. And then on to the next one. I think we've had four or five cases come in this morning. And it's not even 10:30 yet. And we've got a whole list of cases to go on today. And it's when you get into all the dynamics of looking into a case, it's usually pretty easy to see if there's a problem. It's the solutions that are the hard part, and especially with with the healthcare industry being what it is, the insurances, all the services that are available in the community are on waiting lists, and on and on and on. And it's very challenging. The solutions part of our business is what's the hardest part.
So the cases, if someone reaches out to you or you're referred by an agency, are you able to at least make contact in all of those cases, or do some of them just go uninvestigated completely?
We always make the call. And I will say our unit is probably one of the best in the state, maybe not the best, at getting back with people right away. I mean, we don't have, some of the units will go, believe it or not, there's a 20-day. So you can actually go 20 days before you start something. I don't think we ever usually go more than 24 hours. And especially the police and all the emergency folks have our personal cell phones. And a lot of the units don't do that. I'll be honest with you, they don't. You make a report online or they don't take the case. I refuse to do that as long as we possibly can. Because normally when people call us, it may or may not turn out to be a big deal, but to them it is. And if you can at least make that initial phone call, it goes a long way. So to answer your question, we don't ever let anybody go indefinitely. We're usually within 24 hours, and that's even on the weekends. We were talking on the way down here. Saturday and Sunday really no longer is a day off for us. It's, nor I have people call, and so does Chris and Julie at all hours of the day and night, especially law enforcement and the EMTs, the people that are working 24 hours a day. They call, and we always try to call them back unless they're just absolutely can't hear the phone.
This sounds like one of those situations where when you have an emergency or a bad situation in your family, somebody should be able to do something about this. And that would be your people. There's not enough of you probably for what the need is. I've had family members with abusive relationships that have mentally diminished a person, and it's one of those, somebody should do something, that's the work that you do, and it's necessary.
And I will say most family members that call in a lot of times, they just don't know where to start, and it's not something necessarily that you need to call a lawyer about or the police or something like that. And a lot of times they'll call us and we'll just guide people. And, thankfully, you hear a lot of negative things about family on TV and stuff, but we do work with an awful lot of families that really do take the reins and take care of their family. They just need to know where to start. How do I sign up for Medicaid? How do I get on Medicare? How do I get someone in a nursing home? How do I get them to rehab? How do I get them to the hospital? They're developmentally disabled. They've never been signed up for services. Who do we call? They're mentally ill. Where do we start? And those are always complex issues, and they're not. You can look things up online, but it's nothing compared to somebody that's in it every day, like we are. And a lot of the folks that we deal with, we deal with a lot of people that are great help. We probably talk to your hospital down here at least 2 or 3, or sometimes every day. Jasper Memorial. So we're in the groove.
And even though Davis County is your hub, I assume your caseload is spread over your district
Mhm.
uniformly, if you will, population wise or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not,
And-
you're not Davis County, you're.
Yeah, we cover all six. And in case you're wondering, Du Bois County caseloads probably, it runs usually around third. You're right in the middle.
A third, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Third of your
Yeah.
district.
Out of the 6 counties, you got usually run about third or fourth. So you're not the worst, but you're not, the least either. So, but thankfully, you guys have a lot of services here, more so than some of the other counties.
Jason, what are you asking for today?
Well, what we would like is a donation to the program to meet some of our operating expenses. Like I say, I have not thrown out dollar figures and asked specific amounts because we'll just take whatever we can get.
So you said earlier,
But
you
we're
still
about
have $4,500.
$4,500 short. It's pared down from 50,000.
It was 50 when they came to the council.
Yeah.
Davis County,
Yeah.
I might add that Davis County has funded that for the entire 20 years, at least $20,000 to $25,000 a year, which at the start. So they have funded, they've funded over $250,000 for the remaining counties and no other counties except, I believe in the history that Du Bois County gave us a couple of $1,000s, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago, that we got.
When I first started, so
Yes,
12.
12 years ago. So I just would like to point out that Davis County and they've received no extra benefit whatsoever from that, had just done it until recently when the auditor, things had changed or rewritten and the contract was not fully funded, and then they could no longer do that, so.
Why is the money not coming from the state?
Well,
I guess my one fear would be that, okay, so we contribute to it and the state says, hey, we don't have to, now we're not gonna give them any more funding because they got it from the account.
Funding that we got, my understanding is the CARES Act is some of it that's maybe being used to help us out this year to create the big shortfall, because we truly are $50,000 short. But the state is throwing in that CARES Act money. But, and so this remaining, our budget is so bare bones without, like we have one car for the 3 of us that we share, or we have to take our personal vehicle, which we all do, because what we do is important. So it just, this is a short, we're still $4,500 short for this year, but that is not gonna be, the long-term picture, right, is the state should step up and do what it should do.
Right, it almost seems like us 6 counties should band together and go to the state and say, hey, look, you gotta fund this, it isn't on us. Because, I'd like to say I support what you do, obviously, but I don't think that we should necessarily foot the bill. I'm not saying we won't, I'm just saying that it's a state program, they should fund it.
Well, we all feel the same way.
I definitely agree with the direction of your thinking that, well, we say no, and then you have no option but to get it from the state. On the other hand,
Well,
I want to
I'm not
support, I want to
saying no,
support, I
I'm
want to support
saying-
what they're doing.
Right.
It's a process question, not a need or a desire question.
Well, on a side note, we took up this issue many, many years ago, and unit directors, along with the state office staff, which is only 3 of them, got together with the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council, who has a considerably good lobby. And all the HUD prosecutors got together, and we got all this information together and started a political effort to get this addressed. The state APS director went into the governor's office with the IPAC staff, said, this is where we're at, this is what we need to do. And he said, well, if there's a problem, it must be your fault. And she had to resign by that day or be fired. So guess what? There's a little bit of resistance now to go to the governor's office. So now I will say, I have talked to Senator Messmer, and I think that there is some hope there on the legislative, because that's really what needs to change. The legislative level, they need to address it and say, we're gonna fund this. It's a law that they've already passed back in the 80s. So the groundwork is there. They just need to appropriate more money to it. And And hopefully they will. I mean, the total APS budget for the entire state's $5 million. I mean, if they just added $1 million or $2 million to that, we would be fine for a good while. Now, I'm not gonna say we couldn't use more, because we always could, but really what would be nice is if we could all have some more staff, so we're not doing triage.
In respect for time, I think we should either give a voice of support or not support or whatever we're going to do. I can go first and say that I would support, I would send my support to the council funding this, and I would put it on as a one-year Band-Aid and say that we're not gonna do this every year. Kind of to your point, to hopefully see that the state will step up. The county sees the need, we will help meet the need as a Band-Aid. That's where I would do it this year and hope that they get fully funded as they need to be next year. Otherwise, I guess we'll be seeing the transfer again next year possibly, but that's where I would say that I'd support moving into letting the council act, not to exceed $5,000, I guess, to fill that whole council.
And what I'm hearing is the council is leaning in that direction to help at some level to support this. So I appreciate the fact that they were asked to come in and present this to us so we know what's going on, but it kind of falls back on the council, and that's their, and I agree with that. I agree with supporting. For one thing, it's not just the work they do, but the fact that Davies County has been footing this bill for so long, and we've been, so to speak, getting a free ride, and we need to step up and do what.
Or maybe we're not getting a free ride, the state is.
The state is. I agree, but we're getting the benefit. We're getting the benefit of what Davies County is doing, and we need to help out a little bit.
I do support it. I appreciate you being here. I don't feel like you should have to. I feel like this is a state problem, and I don't think it's fair that you should have to come in front of us to ask for money as a state program. But I do appreciate what you do, and I would support if the council decides to put some money.
The reason the council had a consensus to do this, but they knew it would have to come probably in your budget. So that
was my question. It's going to fall in our budget. Is that
it would fall under your budget, so that's why they really wanted your.
Similar to what some of the ride shares, and I don't know what else. Some of these others that are
coming today. It's the
Dry
same
gas
concept.
and museum.
So I guess my hope is that the state steps up and you don't have to come see us again.
Well, what I'm hoping for is whenever we get back to having meetings up at the state office. And I can say, hey, look, I've actually physically, and my staff has physically went and talked to the local level political leadership. And they all are behind this, and, if you don't believe me, call them. So I'm thinking that that's gonna help too, because I've already had some extra phone calls along those lines of support. So in the big picture, lending support officially won't hurt the cause at all. So, and then hopefully I won't have to come here and beg for money.
Yeah, because really, when you're spending all morning, you could be doing adult protective services instead of talking to us.
And he's been here
Yeah.
twice.
You've been here twice, so we won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it very much.
So we do our budget.
Sandy has my information, by the way.
I
If
do.
you have any questions, fire me off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10:15, we have a 2022 budget TRICAP RSVP.
I was going to comment on it.
Good morning.
Hello.
That's the attorney, yeah.
no, but no. They don't want me to touch money.
Okay, hello all, I am Rachel. This is my first commissioner meeting. I am the coordinator at TRICAP RSVP. I'm sure you're familiar with RSVP's Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. I know you guys have helped out on that program several times in the past. COVID, I would say, has definitely hit my program, and you guys usually give us a nice support money-wise. But we have not been able to hit match, donation wise and kind of all that. But I will say that the volunteers have really stepped up this past fiscal year, from April 1st, 20 to March 31st of 2021. I was able to get, well, it's not on here, but I was able to recruit 84 volunteers last year, which I think is, during COVID, was pretty good. So they wanted to help out. They stepped up, they knew that they needed to, so that was at food pantries and the food banks. They really, even though they got hit quite a bit, but many people wanted to help out with that. Also the Veterans Affairs, military, things like that, clothing distribution. It was down for a little while, but then it came back, and I managed to get another MOU, a volunteer station, so I'm really proud of that. And I'm actually talking to 3 others, so we're doing a lot more with the Veterans and Military Affairs here in DuBois County. And then so we have work plans for caring for the infants. We make sleep sacks and fidget blankets. You know what those are? The little blankets that babies hold on and play with it. And the sleep sacks are just little gowns. So we actually provide education to some of our volunteers, and that's in one of my work plans. And then we also provide the sleep sacks. So each newborn goes up to 5 years. But that's for the healthy families of TriCap. So, and then we have several volunteers that actually, new ones that wanted to participate in that, because a lot of my volunteers we had to change co-dynamic. They had to do at-home based things. So they could sew at home, they could quilt at home, they could do a lot of other things that, well, I had to change my work plan, but it's COVID related. So they made social well-being calls. A lot of them just stayed at home and called their neighbors and their friends and other people who needed to check up that they thought were more at risk and things like that. Or they would help their neighbors with assistance going to the stores to get groceries, or taking them to doctor's appointments, or many things like that happened throughout this past COVID. Transportation, that's also included in that. But some of the work plans that were hardest hit were the companionship. So they couldn't, they weren't able to go to the nursing facilities and things like that. So that's whenever the social well-being calls came in place. Or they go out to the windows and say hi. So that did drop significantly, but they were able to send in thank you cards and get well cards and things like that, just to try to do something to make sure that people are aware that they're still loved. The health services work plan also, the access to care, so the hospitals and health departments and things like that were closed down for quite a while, but they are back at it now, and so the volunteers are going there more regularly, so that's a good thing. So a lot of things are actually just starting up now, and it's actually very busy, so I'm proud of that. Another one was the capacity building, so that, the museums, the arts, the community theater, those were all closed down for quite a while, so they had to find opportunities elsewhere to do things for their time. But this past year, so year prior, we were able to get 42,000 volunteers. This year, past year was 24,000. So I'm so proud. I think that they did a great job stepping up for people who really thought that they needed to and help out where necessary. So I'm actually asking for a $5,000 donation from you guys, if you consider. Is there any questions?
I have no questions.
Did we get last year?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to go phone.
She was here via phone last year.
Oh, yes, my tire blew last year, so.
I don't have any questions. Any other questions?
We're also.
The county has supported a program for years.
Years at.
And it's always
Same
been
level.
this level.
You keep coming back to the same level, we probably won't have much of an argument, or I won't. So I'll say I support it. I support
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it'll be in our budget again this year, and
Thank you very much, guys.
that's that. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Thank you. 10:30, vote center resolutions.
So last year you guys made a motion, but this year you're just gonna do a consensus then?
Yes, I guess we just have to, vote on the budget, so I don't know if we necessarily have to have a motion, anything today, doesn't look like we have any arguments over. Good morning.
Hello, Commissioners. I am Amy Kippenbrough, County Clerk, worked really hard on vote center communication over the last few months. I was previously here and kind of introduced you to what was happening. So since then, I have made my way around to all town councils and city councils, communicated with our lying areas, and just tried to make sure people are on board with what we were talking about as an election board. So we came together with a vote center committee and drafted our plan that we all feel like we can support. And I sent that plan to each of you last week for you to review, my several pages of many, many details. The biggest thing that I think people want to know about when I talk about vote centers is locations. Is it changing? How is it changing? And am I going to like it? So we took hard facts and said, here's the locations we have. Here's the voter turnout numbers. Here's the last few years. Here's the most recent. And really discussed all of that stuff. Every single person I talked to did not want to get rid of any location. That's understandable. We only had 10 locations. I supported that whole thought process. The thing that was alarming to me when I crunched the numbers, the Habig Center and VUJC Art Center where we vote, those were the two places that had the lowest turnout on election day. So when we were looking at where locations were, if we opened it up for any voter to vote anywhere, are we in the right spots and what's happening there today, and does that make us want to change something? So knowing those two locations had lower turnout on election day, we said we could combine those and have one location. And then we said, where's that location to be? The Habig Center wasn't a fan of us coming back because they have programming and they really preferred us to not come on a Tuesday. Well, Tuesday is only ever going to be election day, so we can't change that. So there was some flexibility in that, like the city wanted us to, if that's something we really wanted, they wanted to partner with us. So I know that there could have been some more efforts there if we really wanted to stay there. But VUJC, we've had internet issues, it's a great place to vote, but we've just had some internet technicality issues. If we go to vote centers, internet is an absolute must. We must connect to the internet all the time with our iPads, so we know you have checked in at that location and you can't go somewhere else and check in. So knowing that, we said we have a great cultural center, can we vote there? And that's what we landed on. So we're gonna combine those two locations to be the cultural center in Jasper. Everything else stayed the same. Early voting, there were a few hiccups. We do a great job of early voting setup in this county. We vote in Ferdinand, Huntingburg, we roam around the week before. One of the things with a vote center setup, you must vote at 2 election day sites the 2 Saturdays before. So we want to be in Ferdinand, but we typically vote at the Ferdinand Library, not the Ferdinand Event Center. So we had to make sure that we're voting at 2 of our election day sites on those 2 Saturdays before. It doesn't have to be both Saturdays at Ferdinand and Huntingburg, but it have to be one or the other. So I think we've done enough prep work that we can pull that off. I think there could be some flex. If Ferdinand says they can't make it work, we're gonna have to find one of our other election day sites and we'd have to vote there. So we're working out those fine details. The Ferdinand has, that's wedding season, 2 Saturdays before any election interrupts wedding season. So we're at community centers and event centers, that's their bread and butter. So we're trying to work with Ferdinand to see if we can get one of the 2 Saturdays before for both the spring and the fall before we finalize a plan. But I think we'll get there. I think we'll be fine. One of the other things is rent that we pay to locations. We have great community partners in 9 of our locations. One of them is maybe not quite so great, but still good. Everyone gives us a discount. So we'll continue to negotiate. I put in our budget or my plan for the election budget to pay the same that we've paid in the past with hopes that we'll bring down that price tag a little bit. Du Bois, if you looked at it closely, you may notice that Du Bois Middle School is where we voted before. We are now going to go to the Du Bois Park building. They built a new, really nice community building at their park. I think that it'll work out fabulous. And the school and the park and Du Bois, they all love it. I think the citizens up there will like it too. So.
Where's that building located?
They used to call it Ernie's Park. It's called Du Bois Ruritan Park, per Google Maps and how they would like us to call them. So it used to be Ernie's Park. If you go to Du Bois from Hayesville, Instead of going straight up into town, you can veer off the highway to the right, like you're gonna go to Patoka, and it's at that next,
Du Bois.
Well, they have-
it's right there on the corner,
Where they have
yes.
that Summerfest or
Yes,
whatever.
yes.
Jasper Du, corner of Jasper Du Bois Road and Highway.
I guess I haven't noticed any building.
It is
I
phenomenal.
was
They
just
have a
out there
great,
the other day and drove by it. Yes, it's very nice.
the building itself is great. It's, gosh, I can't tell you. Like, they have accommodating parking in front of it. Like, it's a phenomenal building. Much, much nicer than what they had before.
It's new, relatively new.
2 years.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. They had a big funding campaign for a couple of years, and they finally got all the funds together. They had great donations. It's a great building. And it would fit our needs perfectly. So I am here to ask that you sign off on a resolution saying that the commissioners support Du Bois County going to vote centers.
I'm just gonna read over it. I'll just read it aloud to the board. This is going to be approved resolution number 2021-24. Resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Du Bois County, Indiana, approving Du Bois County's designation as a vote center county. Whereas Indiana Code 311-18.1 allows Indiana counties to adopt a vote center model, and whereas the Board of Commissioners of Du Bois County, Indiana approves the designation of Du Bois County, Indiana as a vote center county, and whereas the Du Bois County Election Board has the responsibility for properly drafting a vote center plan for Du Bois County, Indiana, which will take effect upon the unanimous vote of the Du Bois County Election Board, and having the plan properly filed with the Indiana Election Division. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Du Bois County that the Du Bois County, Indiana is designated and approved to operate as a vote center county upon required approval by the Du Bois County Election Board and filing of the county vote center plan with the Indiana Election Division, adopted this 21st day of June 2021. I support it. What about you, Commissioner Hofstadter?
I do support it.
Commissioner Ramos?
I do. I know we had some conversations earlier. I was one of those people that said I would be opposed to reducing the number of sites, especially out in the rural communities. Now, you've pretty well done that, except for this one Jasper, and I don't have an issue there. I don't think. The BU site would be nobody walks up to that. Very few people walk up to that site anyway. Probably the one where walk up may be an issue might even be Du Bois more than anywhere else, to where there might have been a few people who walked to the middle school site there. Now out to the Ruritan Park is a little further, but I don't think it's a major issue. So I question whether, we are the final approval of this. Is that correct? No?
I have to have your support. I need you to pass this resolution. It doesn't have to be unanimous. I have to get a resolution from the council, and the election board must pass unanimously.
Okay. So the election board then has the final say on
Yes.
whether or not this. Where I was going with that is there, with some ordinances, and I realize this is a resolution, with some ordinances, there needs to be a time for public input. Have we had that? Will we have that?
We will. So your resolution and this council resolution must be included in our plan. The other thing that must be included in our plan that's not currently there is the election board must sign off on the ADA compliance of all of our locations, which we have a date set that we're going to do that. So once I get the 2 resolutions from you and the council, the ADA compliance, then we have to have a public meeting that will happen hopefully in July. And then we allow for 30 days of input. So we have to have our plan available online for public to review it, and then that they can turn in feedback or thoughts and comments when we can hit meeting dates for the election board. So we'll have a public meeting in July. We'll give 30 or 40 days, and then the election board will come back together to review any feedback that the county or citizens want to give, who hasn't had a chance to voice their opinion just yet. And we'll review that, and at that time, the election board can or may take action meaning they can change the vote center plan based on that feedback, or they can take action to pass that vote center plan as it's drafted today.
So our resolution is just that, a resolution
Stating you
with or
you could
without
support a
it,
vote
with
center
or
plan.
without it.
Yeah.
You could go ahead with it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. No, I'm in support of it.
I feel like I want to be very clear. I want everyone's understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. I
Right.
think it's
And-
for the
and
greater
you have
good.
been, and you have been.
Yeah.
The only thing I was questioning was the public input.
Yeah, yeah.
And, if somebody calls me and says, I
That's all
really
about.
support this, or I'm really opposed to
Yeah.
this, how does this all work out? I know, where the final,
Yes,
where the
or
buck
how it's
stops, if
going.
you will,
Sure,
where the
sure.
final resolution will take place.
I think that we'll have a public meeting. I don't know if it'll be the week after. I think it'll be, what's not the 4th of July week, but the following week, the 11th or 12th that week. We'll set a public hearing or a meeting in the evening one night that week. And it'll be the election board and anybody, vote center committees will be fully aware of it, and we'll present the plan. And then, meeting or anytime in the next 30 or 40 days. Is it?
Well, I think,
available?
and this is just my perception, that who feel like they're against vote centers, feel like there's going to be one county vote center right in the center of the county somewhere, and that
That's not the
everybody
case,
out
yeah.
in the rural areas are going to have to come to
Yeah.
that center. And that's their issue with it.
Yeah, I would 100% agree.
So what potential reason would anyone not like this? I guess I
For
don't.
what I just,
I mean, but that's wrong.
that's wrong.
If they know the facts, what would be a reason they would not support it?
That can occur.
It can occur.
Not occurring here.
It could occur.
It can
This-
occur.
The way the state had written the code, the minimum requirement to be a vote center county is that you must require one vote center location per 10,000 voters. We have roughly 32,000 registered voters, so we must by law have 4 open locations.
So we could cut them if we
But
wanted.
the board,
we
the
don't.
election board must support that unanimously. So we passed this vote center today. And then Ferdinand comes to us and says, well, you can't use our place for early voting next year or 2 years from now. We would have to change this vote center plan and resubmit it to the state. The election division or county election board must pass that plan unanimously. So we wouldn't have to come back to the commissioners or the council and say, hey, do you still support this? We can do that today. Whereas today, the commissioners set our voting locations. You have set our voting locations at days before the election and 2 Saturdays before, the way we're currently set up. All of our other voting happens as an election. Like we opt to give more early voting options to our citizens. None of those things are required as of today's code. Once we go to a vote center county, the election board would have to make any changes to our vote center plan. Typically, it's only going to be based on early voting, would be my opinion. We have no desire to come back and revisit this plan year to year to year. There are many counties that make adjustments every election, every spring and every fall, especially in the last year. Pandemic has changed a lot of things. There were some counties that made less sites available, and there were some counties that made more sites available based on poll workers and availability of buildings to them. So I think we're special. We have a great supportive board, and we work together well. We put together a plan because we all want one plan that's going to be our final thing, and we don't have to come back and revisit it over and over.
And I've talked to some of the people that are on your board, and yeah, I think you have almost unanimous support in that board.
Yeah.
to go
And
with
I recognize that can change. You know, I could be gone and somebody else could be doing this or will be, and maybe there'll be a shift in people in the board, or maybe there's a shift in desire from the community. But anytime the change is made to our vote center plan, that board has to vote unanimously and then submit it to the state. The state doesn't do anything other than keep it on file. They're kind of the ones that keep us accountable to what we say we're gonna do.
I think the fear is that it's a slippery slope, yes, that you could, all of a sudden, next year, we'd be down to 4 centers. And all of the rural communities out there would have to come to those large, call them mega centers if you want, bigger centers, to vote. Reality is, that's happened already, in some cases. I mean, there is a requirement that each precinct have a voting location, but it doesn't have to be in that precinct.
Correct.
You know,
And that's why we have 10.
Patoka all votes in one place. You know, so that's kind of a vote center there without the benefits of a vote
I
center.
would agree. And when they first started that, you had your section of the building you had to vote in, and then it became where anybody that came there could vote on any of the machines. I think, again, my thoughts on it are it's convenience for the voters, it's convenience for the administrators of the election. I wholeheartedly believe, even after my days are long gone, anybody that is clerk and is running an election wants the best thing for the voter. They look at the data. I've spent weeks upon weeks upon weeks finding and evaluating the data, and I think that any clerk, I wholeheartedly believe they would give the good effort to making the best decision for the voter.
I would hope that's true, and I think it is true here, but not everyone.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2021-24.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I think Sandy wants to keep the one that you signed. Can I give them another one, and then I'll just get one for me?
There was a typo.
Where's the second one?
Yep, I fixed it up. So I can
Get
get
you
you
started on this one.
I can get you, I'll get you another.
Or I can just make a copy of that later to put with my stuff. That's fine.
Okay, you may want to tell us, I think it's going to be a copy.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts and questions. I appreciate it.
I'll get you one, Amy.
It's fine. Yeah. Thanks.
Was it the word approves?
Yes.
Computer found it.
Just a little bit to carry me through.
It grays all day long.
So a
These
public
meetings
comment
I
period will
can't
be held before the county election board makes final determination.
The names don't always come.
By the way, the meeting Wednesday does start at 5. The doors open up, so to speak.
That's what I thought.
There are no doors on the shelter house, but the doors open at 5. Dinner is at 6.
That's what I thought. Yeah, my husband took off that day to make sure he's home.
Eastern,
Okay.
Eastern, yes.
I'll talk to Angie. We're coming, but I guess if it starts at 6, we'll still make contact.
Dinner starts at 6, yes.
She gets off work at 4:30, so we'll probably get there about 5:30, give or take.
10:45, budget, Open American Center. Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Here is the numbers. Good morning.
I compiled, 2019 back to, just locally, honestly, to kind of give you an idea of where we were at.
To say 2020 was hard is an understatement on senior citizens. But I am back today to ask for the annual funding that you guys give us. I believe last year was 20,000, which every little bit helps. So I'm not gonna ask for any more than that. If, we can continue to get the 20,000, that would be fantastic. Last year, our group was hit super hard. As you can see from the second page, that's got the list of the numbers. 2019 was the last full year that we had. That's just the people that sign in at the center to kind of decide whether they're city or county. Our trips and things like that don't include the sign-in sheet, so we don't know where a lot of them, we know where they are, but we don't have a good record of that. So we ended up having 17,308 people sign in at the center in 2019. And then 2020 started and we were off to a roaring start. January, February, our numbers were higher than they were the year before, and it looked like we were gonna have a great year. And then we ended up having to cancel activities. We cut down on our activities on March 16th. We cut all of our scheduled stuff. They could still come in and play cards and use the exercise room, but we ended up canceling all of our activities and closing the doors on March 23rd. In October and November of 2020, we started back in person, socially distanced exercise classes. We were allowing 20 people. We were overly socially distanced, just to try to keep them as safe as possible. But when the numbers started going back up in November, we shut back and went to virtual only. Casey, as soon as we closed, she started embracing Facebook Live and was doing all of our exercise classes on Facebook Live, which was crazy. She ended up reaching viewers in like 37 states and 21 countries. Some of those viewers were not so good. We ended up filing a police report on some comments that were made, but yeah, it was like there's always that one person that ruins it for everybody else. But that was late in the game. That was actually more like February, March this year that we had to do that. So her comfort level was getting a little less, knowing that people were saying that kind of stuff. So we were able to start back in person in March of this year. But while we were closed, we did, along with her doing the virtual classes, she ended up getting email addresses from a lot of the participants, and she started doing Zoom classes, which kind of helped give it a little more personal touch for the people involved as well. And then they were a little more apt to show up if they knew that she was talking to them and interacting with them. But we did put down our exercise room the whole time until gyms were open, and we even didn't open our exercise room until March of this year, just to make sure that we could safely move forward because it's a small room. But we took out and had everything serviced and cleaned and went over, and we ended up having to take out one of the initial 3-unit machines that had been there since 2002. They took it out of service completely because some of the pieces weren't available. So we ordered a new body solid piece from REM in October of last year, and it got pushed off to December. It got pushed off to February, and then it went, and it's now August, hopefully, is when we're gonna get that new piece of equipment. But it's gonna be smaller and more compact and replace that huge piece that we have. We also purchased new tables and chairs for the banquet room. We went with smaller tables, easier to clean, and then we replaced all those fabric chairs with vinyl so that we can sanitize and clean. Painted rooms. The van drivers were crazy in 2020. They went every day without fail. We tried to keep their safety in mind. Our riders were down in 2020, like almost 700. But during the pandemic, that's to be expected with jobs being closed and things like that. But the federal money we got back from them in 2020 was $14,000. It was a decrease from almost $4,800 in 2018 or 2019. So we kind of lost the money there, but that was to be expected. 2021, we stayed closed January, February, still doing online classes and everything that we could. It's a hard group to reach virtually until churches and all that went on. That made it a little easier to reach some of those whose kids were setting them up with Facebook and things like that. So we were able to reach more. But in March, we started back virtual. We started doing like pre-registered classes, allowing them to come in and socially distance. Then we allowed them in April to start playing cards on their own. Still doing 4 classes a week, trying to get them back in. We let them sign up for exercise slots for the exercise room so that they could come in, sign up for an hour, and we would clean in between. That way they could get out and come in and be social. We added walks at the Riverwalk and the parklands, trying to get them out and about in the parks to keep them active. In March, or in April, we ended up averaging about 30 people per our classes for Casey's Golden Go class and her Senior Strong, which is a little more intense. In April, we had like 40 people come in and play cards on their own, in their own groups, doing their own thing, staying in their social bubbles. They had to sign out tables. They just called us and said, hey, 8 of us want to come in and play cards. We just sign them into our room and let them play. We had 130 in for the exercise room. So in April, our attendance was 827, which wasn't so bad. We had 301 riders on the van, which was up from 284 the month prior. In May, we continued with the exercise classes. We added back card games and starting to get some interest for that. We haven't started trips back. I don't want to jump in too soon, just because you don't want to buy tickets in advance and then lose money if something would surge or whatever. But right now, I think we're slow and steady is winning the race as far as getting the seniors back in the building. June, we added a few more activities. We added a catered meal. I thought if we're going out to the restaurants, surely they'll come in. So we put hand sanitizer everywhere, and we ended up having 50 people sign up, which I think that was the fried chicken thing. That always pulls people in for some odd reason. But yeah, we ended up having 50 for the catered meal. Next step's bingo. I think we're going to try to add that next month. Socially distanced, of course. That's the thing that worries me. We end up having 80 to 90 for bingo, so I'm a little hesitant about having that back in yet. So we'll kind of take our chance. But in the fall, as long as we don't have any more air conditioner repairs and things like that we've had this year, we're looking at adding a new treadmill and replacing one of the other ones, and then maybe adding a piece of equipment called a new step, which is kind of like a recumbent, and then an elliptical, easier on the knees for the seniors. So we're looking at adding that in this fall. But yeah, hopefully things continue to move. Bridge Club started coming back in, so we're getting there.
Two questions. Does this cost people anything for any of these things? I mean,
The
I know
only
people
thing
in
that costs
trips-
is a trip or like a catered meal, and we basically price the meal at what they charge us, so.
And then can you tell me about the vans again? What are the scope of what they do?
The van, we partner with Ride Solutions, and so we contract with them every year, and then basically we're just an extension of Ride Solutions with the van. We would use it for Camp Care in the summers, which we didn't have Camp Care this year or last year. Again, with the federal mask mandate on transportation, and then trying to get the Camp Care participants to different venues, a lot of those were closed or the restrictions, so they ended up not. At the time, they decided to not to run Camp Care, even like Anderson Woods wasn't running and things like that. So basically we do just what Ride Solution does, pick up for doctor's appointments and things like that. So, but our van's we've had it for 11 years, so I think we're kind of getting on the decision of what we need to do with that. And trying to get riders, or the drivers certified is a huge undertaking too, because there's so many DOT restrictions on the drivers themselves, so. But yeah, so we run with them every year. They've run that since I've been with the center since 2010. So hopefully we're getting there.
But you're getting back.
Yeah, it's getting there. They're excited. Like I said, they're chomping at the bit to get back to bingo and things like that. And I'm like, we'll get there. I know Huntingburg's been doing it, but they have less numbers too. So we're trying to figure out the best way to get them back and get them in safely. So we just want to keep watching the numbers go the way they are. And the great thing is now, so quickly this year, everybody was able to get the vaccine that wanted it. When they dropped down to the 50s, we started adding more in, and they started coming. So.
And it's important to note, I think, that, you're not just a Jasper
Absolutely.
center. You take people come from all over the county and other counties as well.
They try, yeah, they try. I mean, and I don't part them at the door. I don't care. As long as we had some people that were coming up from Spencer County and then they were bragging that they were winning all the bingos, and it's like, you can't come up and take money away from these people. It's like, it doesn't work that way. But yeah, we do. We get a lot of Ireland. We get some Huntingburg. We do get some Ferdinand. We pull more Ferdinand for like bingo and trips, because a lot of times if we go, depending on which casino we go to, we'll do a pickup in Ferdinand. There's like a group of 8 ladies that always sign up together, and then we usually have about 10, 15 from Ferdinand. So, but yeah, we get them from all over. So hopefully they're getting there. It was rough on us last year though. We lost a lot. I was like, there was never a doubt that the virus was real, just from the numbers, that we have, but, hitting that age group so hard was it. It got to the point where I'd say, oh, Casey, and she'd go through die. Because it was so sad, because there through November, we lost a lot of our participants, the ones that were coming in every day. But, some of them were 80, 90, and it may not have been COVID, but that whole stint, we just lost a lot. It was sad. So, yeah, it's great to get them back in and get them active because they need it. The ones that are alone, they said they missed it incredibly. So.
Does anyone on the board have a issue with continuing the funding as we've done previously?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you're making the same request as last year, so I don't think we have any, does not have any issues. It's included in our budget, pending council approval. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Karen.
Jason, Kimmer. Morning, budget 4H council. Good morning, how are you? Fine.
Morning, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you've heard a lot about last year, so, long story short, we still did have a virtual fair last year, so we still had all the kids participate in as many events as they could. With static projects, those were fairly easy as far as the fact that they were able to be judged online, and, kind of everything went on that way. The animals was a little different. There was still some online judging. We did not have any, obviously, shows. There were some groups that came in and did a show later in the year. But as far as the fair was concerned, obviously, everything was all virtual last year. This year, we are going to go on with a traditional fair. As far as we think, most everything should be able to operate as it had historically. So we'll still have hand sanitizer and things like that around, but for the most part, we'll operate fairly normally, if you will. So pretty excited about that. In the packet that you've been provided, of course, is the budget for the year. This is, if you look back to 2019, these numbers are pretty close, almost right on top of those, which is also included in your package. I think the third page back will have 2020 actual as well as 2019 actual. So those two columns where it says 2020 FYE and 2019, those are the actuals for those periods, okay? What I will point out is a couple of things, just so that you're aware. When you see the donations for 2020, we still did a donation lettering and gift giving, if you will. That was delayed to the very latter part of the year for the most part. And so what we have found this year is typically we've done this in around April. So we sent it out later last year, and then we did it again this April. So this year, we're finding the lag from donations, meaning folks donated late last year, and they're like, I'm being asked again already this year. So we I think we're seeing that shift where it's probably just COVID didn't hit really probably for us from a donation standpoint until right now. Right now, if we look at the very last page, we've got about 34,000 in donations received. And typically around this time of year, and please don't look at the previous year there because that was COVID, typically around this time of year, we would be done collecting. Most all of those would already be in. So 34,000 versus previously about 50 to 60,000 is typically the number we're hitting there. So I think that's kind of been something that's jumped in there. And then just again, for some reminder standpoint here, the predominance of where we have our expense is, of course, tied to insuring the property, maintaining the property, which is going to include not only physically maintaining, but also the mowing and things of that nature that are happening out there, which is primarily Bob and his crew. And I think that they are on there's another assistant I think that they're looking for out there. So that'll be coming up, I'm sure, soon enough. But long story short, we are still requesting, we had moved down to the $125,000 mark last year to get us back down to that target number that we had been working on, I think since I came on council. So we would request that number again for the 2022 budget, if you will. And I'll open it up for questions that you guys may have, because I think it's a lot easier that way.
It'll be nice.
What's that?
I say it'll be nice to get it back to.
It will be.
Normal and some of the other activities as well. You got a rodeo.
So we rented the grounds out. They had a rodeo out there earlier this year. As far as what we're gonna have during the fair, of course, for the most part, everything, we're trying to condense it into the fair week, if you will, as far as the fair events are concerned. So there'll be a concert, and then some of the other usual type stuff. The tractor pull, I think they're bringing in a pro series, something like that. I do more of the number stuff and let other folks take care of those, but this is what I understand. So yeah, looking forward to it this year. Absolutely.
What was going on this weekend? I was up there, I think Saturday, and there was animals and a lot of.
There was an open show, I believe it was.
What?
An open show of some sort.
What does that mean?
They can come and show.
They're an all-star baseball tournament. You know,
I mean, who watching? Like people that would buy them, or?
No, they're judging the animal, blue ribbons and, you know, what have you on, you know. It's
Just like a fun activity for people that are into those things.
There's a, I mean, we have, like I said, last year, there was an open show that was a group that put it on themselves. It was just another opportunity for these kids to show off their hard work, what they've done with their animals, et cetera, so. And the training.
It's just like a car show or something like that, you know, you bring your sheep in or your goats in or whatever it is and see who has the best one.
There's a lot of people that do it.
It's probably practice for the fair, right?
I mean, they certainly do that, but yeah, they're working with their animals, training them up, and, you know, some of them it's, what does it look like, some of it's how does it act, I mean, it's.
They see what it's like in a crowd.
Yeah.
I don't have any other, anything for Jim.
I appreciate the cooperation the 4-H Council has put forward too, with the CDL class.
Yes, yeah.
I think some months are bigger than others or more used than others, but I think it's still going on.
It is.
And by the way, the Du Bois Strong is committed to helping to put the lot back in pretty
A little
good
bit of
shape.
rock.
A little bit of rock
That's
before the fair, and I've talked to Bob about that.
Okay, well, that's great, appreciate that.
Up to $2,000, I think, or something. It's kind of what he.
That'll probably go a
he didn't think
long
it would-
way there. I
He
know
didn't think
there's-
it would go over $2,000.
There's some weak spots, but yeah.
Okay.
And this is, I think I mentioned last year, but this year will be my final year on council. It'll be 6 years for me. And I've tapped Maddie Giesler as the next treasurer, if you will. So we're training her up this year. I was hoping she could be here today, but I guess Gatlinburg had called her name. So that is where she's at. But long story short, she should be around hopefully for the county council. We typically present them as well, so I'm hoping she'll be around for that. And then, of course, just as a reminder for you guys, if you have anybody that you would like to nominate for the 4-H council, later this year, we'll be going through that process again. And I know we have some folks coming off and et cetera. So just as a reminder that you guys have those spots.
We have a spot, yeah.
Yep.
I don't have a problem with continuing to put this in our budget for council consideration. How about?
I don't have a problem.
Okay. So consensus to move it forward. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Have a good one.
You too. Okay, we have just a couple of minutes. Anybody need to get a drink or restroom or anything?
Brent, are you staying because of the video? Because I can turn it off if you need me to.
I assume he was the only one talented enough to do it. I didn't know you had the know.
I'm hurt.
Not that I didn't think you were capable. I didn't know that you.
I do it for council and take minutes.
I don't care the way.
I'm just saying he doesn't have to state that.
How's he gonna zoom in when we're speaking?
We don't.
Oh, I do it all the time.
During council, I move the camera. He never touches it.
No, it's set up perfect. No reason to mess with perfection.
Speaker.
Yes, I do.
I'm fine. You can take care of it off. I can head out.
Let's see what else we have here.
Won't hurt my feelings.
I just didn't know if that's where you were staying.
I have a question. Out at the fairgrounds, I guess on the park side, looks like they were spraying a lot with
What it is fog seal. What it is, we have if we have extra, to
Help
help cut down,
I
yeah,
assume
to help cut down the dust and bob, if we have a couple hundred gallons of, because once we make it, we can't put it back in a tank. It's gotta go down. We only have like, I thought a number, say 2 hours. I think it's a little lower, less than that, but we gotta get it down or else it separates. So Bob needs a spot that's real dusty. We'll go over there, we'll spray it for him, keeps the dust down from him, helps us get rid of this stuff.
Have you ever done it before? I don't remember ever seeing it.
We've done it the past couple of years.
Have you?
Yeah.
I guess I didn't know it.
Yeah.
So after a while, it just looks white again.
Yeah, it goes away. It blends back in, pulverizes that time.
Got it.
Helps cut the dust for him.
I'm happy with Brent to go do something else.
If that's what he wants to do.
Appreciate it.
It's gotta be more productive than. Well, heck, I would have let it go a couple hours ago. I just thought you maybe had something that you had to do with that. So, thank you.
Hey, just turn that thing this way and I'll watch the,
Oh,
if it would flip off or something, I can see it.
I did have somebody ask a question who was speaking. I didn't think that was it.
I can't.
No, it was Wits.
Oh,
They have a new news director.
See, David, I have a question. Do we, I
because
don't
if I
think,
can see it, then I can know something's going on.
I think I don't know that we mentioned this, or we mentioned it last time, but I don't know that what action we took on with Sean and his IT support contract for 2022. That has to come out of the commissioner's budget this year, not out of his budget, is that correct?
I just wanted to let you know that he was giving less, so you may have to give more.
Not really anything to take action on, just other than.
No, it's just for information purposes.
So I wanted to get that out of there.
And with that,
I wonder too if the ARP money can be used in any way to help them. I saw that and I thought of, because it does say that anything with their data systems. I wonder if we can stretch it.
I know when I went to my auditor's conference, some of the auditors talked about that they're gonna use it for computer infrastructure, because some of them need servers, some of them need whatever, and that is an infrastructure. Because if our computers go down,
We can't provide.
we can't provide services, because that's our infrastructure.
That goes back to what you were saying earlier about how you're gonna write it up and write it up in such a way that it complies.
Makes sense. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, and then I didn't know where we were going with our contract, managed service contract this fall. I do have a gentleman who wants to come and present at the July 6th meeting, so he reached out to me and I put him on the agenda, so.
Sounds good. Okay. Let's move forward here. The 2022 budget for SERS. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think you guys probably have one of these.
So it's the one that I email here.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Mitchell. I think most of you know me. This is my 19th and will be my final time to appear before you as the CEO of SERS. I'm transitioning to a new role with the state of Indiana. But I wanted to be here today to introduce Cheryl Mulish. Cheryl came with me last year in her capacity as vice president. But she will be assuming the role of CEO president. In fact, this is my last full week. So Cheryl's been with us 18 years, correct? In various capacities. She's worked here in the Du Bois County region predominantly. So she's very familiar not only with SERS, but with the community. So having said that, I'm going to step back and I'm going to allow her to do the presentation this year. So thank you for all of your years of support. It's been most appreciated.
Hello. As Kelly said, I'm Cheryl. So I know as she leads our organization, I have some really big shoes to fill, but one of my priorities will be to maintain the relationships that she's developed over the past 18 years as CEO. Just a little history, although I'm a Perry County resident, I've worked in Du Bois County since the day I turned 16 years old. If you guys remember the old Ponderosa here in Jasper. Well, the day I turned 16, I started working at that restaurant as a waitress, and my parents were two of the managers on that management team, and they very actively hired individuals with disabilities through the SERS Jobs Plus program. So when I was a teenager, there were a lot of SERS employees coming in, working with the individuals that we now serve. And I would sit and ask them a million questions about what they do. I probably drove them nuts, but that's where my passion for this work really began. My path then led me to CSRS. I started working at the CSRS Jasper office in 2003, which ironically is the same year Kelly started as CEO. So I did wear a lot of different hats during my time at our Jasper office, but I developed a lot of relationships, and I do love this community. I mean, I'm not in Jasper as often as I used to be, kind of miss it, but I do have a lot of connections and plan to keep those. So first of all, our organization does thank you for your past support. The support that you provide us does help subsidize our mission-based services, as the funding for a lot of those services don't cover the operational costs. As you may have already noticed, we are asking you to consider a small increase in our historical funding amount. For the past 30 years, we have requested an appropriation of $37,000, and we're asking you to consider increasing that to $40,000 this year. You can imagine 2020 did continue to be a struggle for our organization. While we weren't able to provide our typical services at our typical amounts, we also incurred additional expenses. So our revenue loss was $399,000, and we incurred additional expenses totaling just over $165,000. $16,000 of which was in personal protective equipment, and then we kept staff on retention, paid COVID, FMLA, COVID hazard pay for any staff that had to work with an individual who tested positive, and we paid bonuses, so that totaled $149,000. So because we do operate in a fiscally conservative and resourceful fashion, we were able to recoup about $185,000 of that in grants, which we were eligible. So in your packets, I did give you a profile for DuBois County. I just wanted to highlight a couple key points there. DuBois County is the home of just under 40% of the individuals that we serve, and about 25% of the children that we serve with therapeutic services. We employ 66 DuBois County residents and paid about $836,000 in payroll and put $2 million in purchases and wages into the DuBois County economy. We do continue to keep necessary certification for our for quality operations. Actually, in 2020, we went through our CARF certification, and received the maximum 3 years certification for that. And we continue to look for partners in the community. As you know, we're partnering with DuBois County to improve our internet resources or technology for individuals with disabilities, not just the individuals that we serve, but individuals in the community, whether we serve them or not, with disabilities. We did recently contract with TRICAP to share a technology manager. Neither one of us needed a full-time technology manager, so we did just develop a contract with them to share one. We do continue to partner with Ride Solutions to offer public transportation. And we continue to partner with BUJC and the Exceptional Children's Co-op for our Project AIM at BUJC, and for pre-employment transition services that we provide in each of the area high schools. And we also strive to provide quality services. We do monitor our quality through an outcomes management system that we look at quarterly. We're working to change on a mindset shift for not just our staff, but families and the community to a more holistic service delivery. This shift looks at taking the person's services out of the middle and trying to do what's the most natural or give them the most normal supports, such as family, community, or technology, before utilizing paid supports. So we continually analyze our staffing needs and add extra where necessary. We're currently restructuring to add a Region 2 director that will provide oversight and supports to Perry, Spencer, and DuBois. And we added half of an internal case manager as well. So I also shared our 2020 annual report in your packet, and I hope you'll find that while we did struggle a bit in 2020, we did find ways to celebrate and recognize the heroes among us. So thanks again for your support, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Welcome to the role.
Thank you.
I don't know that I necessarily have any questions. I appreciate the partnership that we've had, and it's worked well. This year with the internet grant and in general, really. Everything else we're putting in so far today is maintained flat, so that's the only thing that they're asking for $3,000 more dollars.
With SERS and mental health, the county does get credit towards our levy. So
I was gonna add that, it sometimes helps your levy.
It does, I mean, we get credit for that, so that does help us.
Commissioner Oster,
You're
thoughts on
talking
the
about the levy that goes, the levy that
In our
comes
tax
back.
levy,
Your tax levy, yeah.
Yes.
yeah, we get credit for the mental health, and then we also, Southern Hills.
So the request is 40, and it has been 30 for a long time.
30.
No, 30.
37, right? 37.
I think it's been 37 for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I've been here 35 years, 34, 35 years, and it's been that same amount. And we've always tried to hold it steady because we understand the demands of the county.
Now, I do think our mental health can go higher. I
Yes.
mean, there's a higher, I can't remember that limit, but it can go a lot higher, that they give us the ability to get credit for.
I support it.
As is, 40,000?
Yep.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes. And I was gonna say, I appreciate the fact that due to that grant and that, rollout, if you will, that I've got to come out and walk through the center and,
Yes.
and, I've done it before, but not for a long time, so I appreciate that. So, yes,
So it sounds like we have a consent to move forward with the $40,000 in our budget this year, and it'll be pending council approval like it is every year. But that's where we're at.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you much.
Appreciate
you.
Good
it.
luck.
And good to meet you.
Thank you. I'll still be around. We'll be working with the Division of Disability, so I'm looking forward to seeing more great things.
Feel free to email me anytime there's opportunities that we can help with locally.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
See you later.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Okay, it's 11:25. Sandy, do you have any items?
The only question I think I had was, I was asked about the Juneteenth holiday for next year. Happened on Friday already. Are we gonna add it, or are we gonna leave it? Because we've already approved the holidays for
that's right,
2022.
we've already approved it.
I'm not in favor of making any changes to the 2022 holidays.
I really haven't given it a whole lot of thought.
I haven't either.
Some of
I
them-
guess my thought was, let's let things, wash out or work their way out through this, and let's see what the state does and what industry does. And it may be such a thing that we look at our whole holiday schedule again and say, this one's more important than that one, and, whatever, and maybe keep the number the same, but rearrange, I don't know, but not for next year.
I vote no to our policy, our schedule every year, so we can remove the holiday that I question and replace it with this one.
That was kind of my
And
thought.
maybe this is your opportunity.
Well, it's just, if we're going to make a change, we need to do it by the end of the year so that we can have it. And with the handbook and all that, that's the time that we're thinking about it now. So you might want to think about it over the next month or so.
I'm not opposed to changing it in 2022.
If that's the change, I'm okay with it. I don't want to add another holiday.
Because the
When
handbook,
you say by the end of this year, for
Well-
next year,
the handbook, we're getting ready to,
right?
we're reviewing it. You guys, I think, are reviewing it, and then
Yes.
we're gonna adopt it. So it would be added or subtracted or whatever.
We don't have the holidays in it.
Yeah, there is.
Are they?
They are in there. Now the schedule, if we're gonna change it, we need to change our payroll schedule, because that holiday always changes when the payroll is due, so. Just something to think about, it doesn't have to be done today, but I was approached Friday already.
I think when I come back, maybe I'd like to meet with you and Mark, and you go over, how I am.
I do know how you are.
So I'd like to waste an hour and a half of your time going through things I thought about.
Well, that's
fine.
No, because really now's the time,
Okay,
now's the time
I've
to
got
go
some
through.
notes that I need to do that I'll just.
Or do you think we need to have a work session?
Not necessarily, mine are more technical in nature.
I think Marky Brook and I are meeting, I think they've been up to Irwin and now they're back, and so we're gonna go through it again, and then it'll go to you guys. I mean, we're getting to that process.
Mine are more technical in nature. I mean, if there's something in there that I think needs to be changed by or changed in policy, I'll let you know. But, you know, spelling here or there or doesn't
Phrasing.
Phrasing, yeah. Is that what you said? Phrasing?
Yes, sir.
Well, now's the time before we, before you adopt it, which we're not to that point
And statute was used one instead of statute.
yet.
Statute?
Statute.
Nothing wrong with that.
Was there talk about statute?
There's only a little bit of difference.
That's right.
That's all I had, so.
Anything on cell phone policy?
Yes, yes and no. I mean, that'll come with the handbook. The policy that I had emailed you, we met and discussed that, and I don't have a copy in front of me here saying it, but we didn't make any substantial changes to that.
I asked Marky about that Friday, and he said it'll be part of the handbook,
It'll be
so.
part of the handbook when it comes out. I mean, I can go back and get it and email it to you, what we settled up with, but it's basically the same as what I'd emailed you before.
Would you mind sending that again? Because I don't, I guess.
I'll let Mark do it, he's got the marked up copy.
Because I asked him if we had to bring anything, and he said, we'll just put it in the handbook and you guys can go from there.
Here's something, just briefly, that I found interesting. The TRICAP had asked me about this, and I don't remember why, but I got back with her this weekend, and Senate Enrolled Act 218 requires township trustees within a county to collaborate in preparing a list of public and private resources available to the homeless population that is distributed and published on the county's internet website, if the county has a website, not later than March 1st of each year. So this starts July 1st, so I guess they wouldn't really need to do this until March 1st of the next year. I don't know that, I don't think our township people have ever collaborated on anything that I know of, and they're kind of in their own silo, I thought. But they're responsible for poor relief.
So they have to have something by March 1st of 2022 on our website?
That's the way I'm reading the rule. Because it also says other things. I think it probably was started in a larger community because it talks about panhandling and it has some other issues about the homeless population. But here we still have a homeless population. It's just people that are, it's not a person on a box on the county courthouse steps, but it's people that are living in hotels or couches or vehicles. Those kind of things happen. And I didn't know if there was a central resource that we would talk to make sure that they're aware that this is going to be required, or
And what
if we,
it was?
Senate Enrolled Act 218, SEA 218. And
Sounds like they may have to get together, it's almost a list. What I'm hearing you say is almost, they need to put a list together. I mean, they have, I suspect anyway that most of them, they have money available, but they also have resources. What you can get, you can go to such and such church and get this, or you can get this over here.
Right.
And they just need to bring all that together.
so the way that we're involved is they need to get it to us so we can publish it. Our requirement is that we publish it. And I think the other thing that why this struck me was with the rescue plan money. If we were to find a need that was exacerbated by COVID, I don't know that homelessness was necessarily, but maybe it was. If we were to
I'm sure it could be put that way, yeah.
we could give money to, if we were to grant money to TRICAP, they have a thing that helps people with get through a month of payments so that they can stay in their home or keep in their apartment or whatever. And I know that St. Vincent's and churches do that as well. So that's what kind of caught my ear.
Is TriCap gonna kind of coordinate that, or what are they asking?
So I don't remember. She had, at my last TriCap meeting, she said something about this Enrolled Act. I said, I'm gonna look into it and I'll get back with you. And so that was 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I saw my note again, so I got back with her and told her what my thoughts were, but I don't remember what they were wanting exactly with it.
I'm just thinking if we have to build something on our website, or is it just a link we have to put on our website? I mean,
It'd just be preparing and publishing a list, so I don't think it would be probably any different than our
and just link it.
agendas being put on there. So, I don't know, if anybody knows any township trustees or you see any, Isaac Dude, I know him, and
I know some, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them.
I would just, if you do see him, say, are you aware there's a new rule that you're supposed to be putting something together? Maybe you should look into it. I think that'd be about the only thing I'd say to them. That they're supposed to.
The assessor's office is an easy way to contact, because most of those trustees are also assessors, or they work for the assessor's office. The exception is,
Quite a few of them are.
the exception of Bainbridge and Patoka. And I'm not even sure about Patoka. I don't think the assessor has anything to do with, the trustee has anything to do with assessing them.
No, they don't. Toga and Bainbridge are the same.
So, just wanted to bring that up, thought it was interesting. And then, we won't keep Becky waiting any further. You wanna come on up, please? This is about the 2022 budget for LifeSpring.
Yep.
Sure.
She's gonna tell us how the request is so much lower than last year, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Becky?
Well, you should have a report from Nick, right? Our CFO with all the numbers and yeah. So he should have that.
No,
No. Nick Clark is our CFO.
For Nick Clark, the CFO?
He should have sent all the financial stuff.
I didn't get it.
You did not.
I don't think I got it.
Usually they probably send it to the
If I
auditor.
get something like that, I usually forward it, and I haven't, will it be by mail or will it be by email?
I believe he sent it by email. I can check with him when I get back, but he was
Okay,
supposed
when
to
you
send
get
all
back-
of that, cause,
And you said it's Nick Clark?
uh-huh.
He's leaving you hanging.
He is. I can report all day long on all of our programming. But he has the financial piece, and so I can, as soon as I get back to the office, I can certainly let him know that you didn't receive that, but
So you're not even sure you don't have a
I
specific
do.
dollar request to us?
I do not have that dollar amount because I thought he had sent all of that.
Scanning all my emails and I don't see his name anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm searching for it. Would it be, what would his email?
Should be,
I'm just looking by Clark and I'm not seeing anything even back to April.
Maybe it comes up through Clark Dietz.
Yeah, that's what I have to.
yeah, it should be nick.clark@lifespringhealthsystems.org.
Well,
And
just
I
tell
am
us
sorry.
Tell us what the work you're doing.
So I will tell you all about our programming. And I do have some stats too this year because I know that you had asked about that last year. And I think with all the changing over and the changes of systems, we didn't have something easily for us to pull, but we have some stats this year that I added on to the back here. And if there's anything else you need, I can certainly inquire about that too. So Becky Michael, I'm the clinical manager with our Du Bois County office, and we have continued to provide, even despite COVID, all the same services that we have since we've been around and we're Southern Hills prior to LifeSpring. So we do a lot of individual and group therapy for ages 5 and up, and that is for mental health as well as substance use services. We do case management services where our case managers will go out into the homes, into the schools. They'll work with individuals. For those that are struggling to do some things on their own, they will help do some of those things on their behalf. But a large amount of what our case managers do is actually skills training. So teaching them the skills to be more independent and hopefully not need our services any further. We also have continued to have 4 group homes. I believe last year on the report it said our homes were supervised. We try our best to still have 24/7 supervision there, but our homes are actually, DMHA has certified them as transitional homes. So they do not have to have staff there 24/7. We do our best to make that happen though. We have 3 of those homes here in Jasper, and we have 1 of those homes in Huntingburg. That serves more of our chronically mentally ill population. A majority of those clients in those homes have been diagnosed most likely with schizophrenia, bipolar. They could have some co-occurring disorders as well, including substance use. And so we have group home managers that manage those homes, and then we have care managers and techs that help work with the clients on skills and programming. We also still continue to have a day program at our office. That was postponed for a period of time, a couple of different times last year because of COVID. But we have that up and running again, and we have changed the name of that to be termed the Client Activity Center, because we really want the clients to be able to come in and be active while they're there. So our clients that have more chronic mental illness that live in our community, they quite possibly could have been in our group home at one point, will come in and be in that day program. And we also have our group home clients that will come in for that day program as well. And we do activities with them. We take them out, and just now starting to take them back out into the community, working with them on different skills. We continue to have psychiatric services and med services with our agency. One of the new things that happened a couple years ago that we mentioned last year was the Genoa Pharmacy that we now have on site that is still fully functioning and running on our site. And one of the new pieces that we've had for our med services is we now have a mobile unit. That is currently parked in our parking lot, and the intention is for that to eventually be able to travel to some of the other counties as well as different sites around town as well, possibly. That mobile unit can do everything that a primary care office can do. So they, and I have listed that all out in here, but they do just the regular primary care services. They can do vaccinations. They do some OB. They can't do ultrasounds there, but they do meet with individuals for just general OB appointments. They can do pediatrics. They do some labs. So they are able, it's really neat, it's tiny, but they have all that functioning right there on that unit. And hopefully coming for this year, we will be having a fully functioning FQHC. That is a federally qualified health center. So on our site, in our physical building, we are going to have a primary care office there. Right now it's renovated to meet the requirements of what a primary care office would need, and they just need to have staffing. So they've been in the process of hiring and doing interviews and trying to determine staffing. That office for primary care, one of the things that's different than regular primary care offices is we can't decline anybody. So if someone has had an outstanding bill somewhere and they're not able to come back, or maybe they've had multiple missed appointments, they will still be able to be seen at that primary care office. Even if they've been seeing us for therapy and services, and maybe they've no-showed us several times and we've had to close out their case and we haven't seen them for a while, they can still come back and receive those primary care services. So that will be new for this year.
Are they walk-in services or appointments?
Both. So they can certainly do walk-ins, preferably appointments because it makes it a little bit easier, but same as our mobile unit, they take walk-ins and appointments. Yeah. So we'll be excited to have that. Like I said, it's ready to go. It's just a matter of once we get staffing assigned, then we will be able to open that. One of the other things that we have been working on that just started discussion last year, but started this year, was we started discussing being able to have an intensive outpatient treatment program for our substance use clients. We have continued to provide the Matrix program and 12-step DBT groups, which are both evidence-based practices. And for our IoT, that would be much more intensive. It's a different level of care. So clients would be coming in 3 times a week for 3 hours each time. We use Living in Balance, which is an evidence-based program, and that started actually this April, where we were able to start having that up and running. So we started those discussions last year and have that going. So that's been a good service that we're able to provide now. As far as jail services, last time we had reported, we had started those. I think they ran for January, started in January, but we had to stop in March because of COVID. We haven't been able to resume any of those services. They haven't opened those doors yet for a public to come into the jail. But that's always a possibility for the future if that's a need in that area, but it's been postponed with COVID. We continue with our EAP services. One of the other things that I wanted to talk about as well was our response to COVID-19 over the last year. I'm sure last time we had been here, we had been doing primarily telehealth services. We are back to primarily face-to-face. There are a few circumstances where we've offered telehealth, and those were circumstances where we felt they were clinically appropriate, and it would maybe be putting a person more at risk to be coming into the facility. So, but that is very rare. We've actually staffed on all of those cases. Most people we found have been happy to come back in for services. So everything is primarily face-to-face at this point. One of the things that LifeSpring has offered though with COVID is 5 free sessions to any healthcare providers, first responders, and school personnel. So if there is some added stress, trauma even from COVID, that we have offered 5 free sessions, and we treat that like an EAP company. So when they call and they say they're a referral from our crisis team, then we will get them in within 3 days, or offer them at least an appointment within 3 days where they can come in and have those services. We have also continued to offer that same kind of format whenever there's been a crisis or tragedy in our community. And unfortunately, I know there's been a handful of those over the last year. And so normally in those circumstances, we have a letter that our CEO has approved and we'll send out to whoever the point person is. So if it happened and the school was involved, we may send that to the school counselor. And they can hand that to any teacher or students that may need those 5 free sessions because of that tragedy. So we have continued to offer that as well. And I think that is the only other thing I guess that I hadn't mentioned that we're hoping for this next year as well is there was a pretty substantial grant that the foundation received. And so we're going to be meeting here again soon to discuss having a residential facility. So that is a potential for the next year as well. Once we are ready to go on that, I think we can get that going pretty quickly. So if that happens, then we should have a male and a female residential, which would be in a very acute care. Some people refer to it as 30 days, but it's really depending on what the need is. Some people may need 2 weeks, some people may need 60 days, depends on what their need is. And that's primarily with substance use. So that could be a possible service within the next year that we are also working on.
So with the one year, or is this what you're calling transitional group living program?
Mm-hmm.
So it's more than a halfway house. It's a active treatment.
Yes, our transitional group, they get services throughout the day. So we're working with them on their meds. They don't have access to their meds necessarily throughout the day, but we have med times, and they would come and they do it all though. And we talk through and educate them on their medication that they take, what the side effects are. We help with cleaning, normal stuff that comes probably we just kind of do throughout our week. May not be the case for a lot of our clients in our homes. So we help them with structure and learning those different tools as far as even cleaning a bathroom. What is it? How do you clean a toilet?
That sounds like we're talking about 2 different things. I'm talking about the substance use.
Yes, so the transitional homes are very different. So those are for, yes, sorry.
So the transitional group is not the new halfway house.
No.
recovery. That's what I
The piece that we're looking at for this next year would be considered a 3.5 ASAM facility. And what that, because that's just a bunch of numbers and letters, but what that means is that it would have some medical oversight to that facility. People would stay there. And it would be more brief. It's not gonna be a year plus. But again, it's hard to determine exactly length of stay because some people may need to be there for a couple of weeks and they're ready to move into maybe an intensive outpatient program. For some people, they may be struggling with substance use as well as another mental health illness, to where if we have to stabilize them because they're manic when they come in, we are gonna be with them a little bit longer. So I think a lot of residential facilities for substance use, people refer to as 30-day, but it really varies depending on what the need is and what somebody needs there.
Will that facility be on the same site?
Correct, that's what we would be looking at, and the primary purpose of that is because of the fact that we have the pharmacy there and we would have the FQHC there up and running, to where we would be able to meet any kind of medical needs and psychiatric needs right there at our facility. The other piece of it as well clinically is that we would be able to have them have contact with outpatient staff prior, so they could even meet someone who would be deemed their ongoing therapist even when they do move into an outpatient setting. They can have those meet that person early on.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess we, as far as the financing, we'll wait to hear from Mr. Clark.
Right.
And you, either of you have anything else for?
No. And this is one where it's
It's outside the limit.
dictated anyway.
Yes.
That's what it is, right? It'll be what it'll be.
It is what it is. So yes, I'll get with Nick though as soon as I get back. So I
And it does
apologize.
have to stay in the commissioner's budget because it's gotta be in the general fund, so you can't move it around.
Sounds fine, thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Have a great
Thank
day.
you.
You too.
I'm gonna go grab another soda for this last hour.
I'm running out here.
Mike, there's some comfortable chairs over here. Those seats get hard.
I'm not used to sitting on a hard
So
chair.
you can grab one by the end too.
Cool.
Yeah, you're not, are you? Usually got my Speedos on out on the beach.
Here we go.
Where's your partner in crime at?
She's coming. She's not here yet.
You got that 15 minutes or something?
Yeah, I had to stop at the courthouse and sign some stuff.
It's like the Association of Former Coroners here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're still active.
Okay, you're up. Katie, before you sit down.
We could have waited one more second.
So, we've got, have a.
Am I supposed to stand up here? or-
Yes, please introduce yourself and tell us the nature of your business.
Hi, I'm Katie, the Du Bois County Coroner. Now, did you guys get the handout email to you that I typed up too?
Mhm.
Okay. So the main thing is for us, we wanted to try to get 2 more deputy coroners. We have one now that's volunteer. We'd like to get him to move to a full-time position and be paid for it. And then we'd like to, if gets approved, to put another deputy on and have him or her paid as well. Plus, we had to put in here discussing the $1,000 raise per year for the deputies, plus myself. And I don't know if you, did you guys read through this or?
Yes, I did.
Beforehand. Just
So-
on my justification, I don't know if you guys could have read this and then we could go off this if you guys had any specific questions.
So I'll start with the $1,000 that would have to go through the salary increase.
And I filled out all those documents too, as far as, the evaluations and all that type of thing from human resources, so I had that part of it done.
So, yeah, I thought Mark, you told me that you
Right.
did, so that we would make a determination on that. So, just the notes that I took for myself, there's 16 hours of continuing education every 2 years for every one of your
Correct.
staff, right at a minimum.
Yep.
People are on call 84 hours per 2 weeks.
Right.
And so, when your services are needed, is it whoever's on call is the person who responds, or is it?
If we have to get called out to a scene, so that's the 84 hours of the call time, but say we take, I think I typed in there too, so if we have a case say it's off our, so maybe we get called out at 6 o'clock on a Friday evening, and we're not on call Saturday. Usually the autopsy's scheduled for Saturday or Sunday or what have you, so that's not during our call time, so we have to attend that as well. Plus, we're doing a lot of follow-up questions with law enforcement and prosecutor's office, also the families, letting them know the cause of death. We're with the pathologist on the autopsy, sometimes 2 to 4 hours, sometimes longer, depending on what type of case it is. So that's all in addition to that 84 hours per call time. So it could sometimes run up into over 100 hours, depending on what goes on during the time period. And then also, like our volunteer right now, if he gets called out, he gets paid per case. So he may not get called out at all, but he's engaged to wait all that time, may not get paid for it. But if he does get called out, he's got to take that call plus all this extra with the autopsy, family questions, all that type of thing for just that small amount he's getting paid for the case.
Just to clarify on the call time and being called out, you gave the example of Friday night and
Right.
into Saturday. I kind of view it as two separate things here. You're on call.
Right.
That's the call time. You're
Right.
on call 84 hours.
Right.
Every 2 weeks. The time you actually put into the cases or whatever the situation is,
Right.
is different. And that may be during the call time.
Or may not
May be outside the call
Right.
time, but it's still.
Normally the autopsies are outside of our call time, just as
Yeah,
how our
so-
set schedule
So
set up.
two separate things there
Right.
I'm looking at. The call time, which is just being on call, and I understand the responsibilities of that.
Right.
Versus the actual time put into
To the
working the
case.
case.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And are both of those numbers wrapped up into whatever amount of pay the person gets, or is there additional pay?
So the only thing I put it, so as far as our pay, it was just, I put it into the call time, so that we're basically getting paid for a call time. I mean, there's nothing, when our salary's put together, it's not separated depending on call time or cases worked or anything like that. I don't really,
You don't get an hourly salary or, in
No,
other words.
it's just a salary, set fee no matter what.
65, some of the deputies are like in the 6,500 range.
Yeah, it's close to that, 'cause I have to per
63
2
and
weeks here.
67, something like that. And they get that regardless of how
What
much
you
time they put in and how
Right.
many calls they get.
Right. And then the volunteer is just a paid per case if they're taking some time, like if one of us is away on education requirements or somebody's on vacation, if they help out with the schedule, they just get paid for the case that they work, no matter how much time they put into it. Or how much call time they take, they're not really getting reimbursed for their call time, they're only getting reimbursed if they work the case. So they may be staying around set amount of hours, working for free that entire time, which I don't really think that's that great either.
So it says they get $60 per run,
Right.
so if they make a run, it could take no
That doesn't
time or it
matter.
could take a long time.
Well, it's gonna take time no matter what, and your gas to and from there, wear and tear on the vehicle, plus the time. When you're going to the house, I guarantee it's an hour minimum at the house, that doesn't take to and from there, plus if they have to do an autopsy. If they don't do an autopsy, we're calling the doctor to see if they're gonna sign the death certificate, there's just a lot of follow-up work. Again, not complaining, just kind of what goes into it, you know.
I know I had some questions, I'm just gonna keep looking through here so I can ask.
Sure.
So the $1,000, like we said, that'll be taken care of elsewhere.
Yeah, our biggest point here was kind of to see if we can move that volunteer deputy into full-time and then search for one more person there so we can split the schedule up a little more evenly.
I guess one thing I'd like to add to your request, I think what would make sense, and I'm not sure if the other commissioners are in favor of it, but as far as, I don't know why you're not getting mileage or reimbursement for that time. I think that it would be appropriate to say, if you're using your own vehicle, and you're gonna drive
Yeah.
5 miles on a call, you get 5 miles times 50 cents, and it's whatever,
The only thing I think what gets more confusing into that, so we'd have the money to and, or the mileage to and from the case, and then about to and from the autopsy and all that kind of thing too. So I don't know if all that would get kind of confusing. That's where we're kind of going with the $1,000. Maybe that would cover.
some of you've been doing, I know you've been doing it a long time yourself too, but some of the people that have done it years past is, I don't know, how much does it tear up your vehicles, or how much are you driving? Is it
I mean, sometimes you get, I mean, there's a lot of
50
wear and
miles a
tear,
month, or is it
That's
like
the difference per case, I mean,
make it all muddy
I
and
could go to Furman, come back here, have to go back to Furman, and, it could, just depends on the case you have.
You may have to leave the scene and go notify family and then come back to the scene.
I had a case at Lake Helmer a few weeks ago, right, I mean, it was from Jasper to there, and then there was no cell service in their village there, so we had to come back to be able to get a removal vehicle and contact people and go back, so I made two trips there. And it's just all the other costs, like without having a morgue, or we use the funeral home vehicle and the facility there for autopsy, the autopsy coverage and that type of thing, they cover a lot of expense too that the county doesn't have to, so that's kind of like, put a lot in your justification as far as that too.
No, I'm okay with, I want people to be compensated for their time and their wear and tear of their vehicle, but if it's more of a hassle to write down 4 miles,
That's what I think.
20
That's
miles,
a lot of problem, yeah.
I don't wanna make an administrative burden either, but does the county have a responsibility to pay people for this directly? Do you know, Mr. Schneider, can you look before maybe the next couple of weeks to see because we are requiring, if we want Mr. Matthews to go out, he's gotta find a way to get there.
Right. And like the bigger cities like Marion County, Marysville County, or the bigger counties, I should say, they have their own morgue and removal vehicles, but they also have full-time offices where they're staffing full-time people and they have that removal vehicle they take out, so that's not a problem there. That's not how we're different.
I just wanna make sure that we're doing it legally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cause I'm not me, but the county is requiring you to be there and indirectly requiring you to use your own vehicle. And we may have liabilities or something that we could just make sure that we're taking care of ourselves there. So I want you compensated for those things. Okay, so tell me why do we need to take, in this case, let's just take them one at a time. The one volunteer who's Dave Mitchell currently. He's the person that you're asking about, right?
Yeah, he's a volunteer right
Yes.
now. He's got his education requirements, everything met up to date, so he works just like us, only he's in the volunteer position. So he's trained and ready to go.
I know you have it written here, but I'd like to just hear it for the purposes of the meeting. How does that benefit people, Du Bois County and your office?
So as far as our office, so there's 4 of us now, kind of splitting up 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. If one, especially during COVID, like one of the deputies who was out for 2 weeks had to quarantine, so we had to figure out between 3 of us how we're going to split that call time up. Not necessarily meaning COVID's going to be an issue here on out, but if anybody's sick, if anybody has to go away for those education requirements, they're already taking time off work. Plus, we have to have help here to fill in. If people go to our continuing education conference, it's once a year, so usually more than one of us is going to be going on that. We like to keep at least 2 people back in case, we could have something major here that would happen with quite a few deaths, but that's a lot of time for just 1 or 2 people to cover. Mainly just to fill in the time, or if one of these guys has to work and their job doesn't allow them to attend an autopsy, maybe one of the other deputies or maybe the volunteer that we had move into one of these paid positions could sit in on the autopsy for that other deputy while they have to work their full-time job. Maybe just do follow-up phone calls, that type of thing. It's just a lot of time for 4 people to cover with all that has to be done. And besides myself, these other guys are full-time jobs. They're not allowed to leave those jobs to go to the coroner's office. So again, it's a part-time job. They have their full-time job, so that's kind of hard to rearrange sometimes. And I'm fortunate because I work at the funeral home that doubles as the morgue, and we do the removals and things for the coroner's office. So I can do that and be there for the autopsies most of the time, so that helps out. But if that weren't the case, you'd be in a little bit more of a pickle. So,
Due to the nature of your business, your other job and this job, and the relationships that people have had over the years, I think the county gets a pretty square deal on these costs.
yeah, because the prosecutor's office called us a few weeks ago. We had a case where a girl died in Norwich Hospital, Louisville, and the county CPS had child protection that reported to them that this girl had been abusing things. They didn't call for an autopsy there, but they wanted us to get one done here, so they called. They didn't even know what hospital she was in at the time. They're like, can you get this girl here? Can we bring an autopsy and get all this done? So we kind of got all that done on the spot with them, but just things that she didn't even die in our county, but they were expecting us to kind of get all that work done. But the funeral home has kind of a transportation agreement of a company down in Louisville that could get her here cheaper than anybody else. You just call and say, hey, can you transport this girl? So that kind of relationship too, that's saving a lot of money from the prosecutor's office and on our end. So just that relationship with the funeral homes helped out a lot. in other removal facilities, and if you get the autopsy done in Vanderbilt County or somewhere like that, they're gonna charge a lot more than what we're doing here. I need to get those numbers together too, but it's just from working in it, that's proven fact, so.
Regarding Commissioner Brown, you may know this, regarding the chief deputy and the other deputies and how they are classified, do you know, I mean, because they're not full-time, they're not, do you know?
Yeah, I don't
how that
know, I
operates?
don't know if this compares to that. When you talk about deputies and chief deputies, like in Sandy's office,
No, I guess I'm talking about them specifically. How do we grade them, or how do we put them into a category? Because they are.
I think they're in a special category. Let me, give me a minute to look that up, but
Yeah, I was gonna, not to interrupt, I was gonna ask that too, like when we did our budget, they had that, is that what you're talking about, that grade, it's like 2 point something between, I don't know how they grade what the salary is, I was wondering how that worked too, I wasn't sure what those categories
Okay.
were.
Yeah, he may be able to.
yeah, no, I do, I haven't read it.
The wage study.
Okay,
The chief
Gotcha.
deputy is a PAT 3 and the deputy, they're both PAT 3s. I only show two, I show the coroner and 2 deputies.
what does that exactly mean, or is that explained somewhere? And that's.
PAT 3.
Professional?
Professional, yeah.
They mean, each of them means something, and it's a
Yeah,
universal,
professional something training.
administrator.
It's I'm gonna say it's kind of a professional, in other words, it requires a certain level of training
Okay,
to be employed in that position. And then there could be a PAT 1, a PAT 2, a PAT 3, and that's simply a level of responsibility
okay,
more than anything else.
one being the highest,
Yeah, 3 is higher than
Oh,
1,
okay.
yes.
It sounds backwards, but.
oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's open-ended. I mean, we could have PAT 4 if we got to that, or PAT 5.
okay, okay.
So I wonder where they're at in that scale. Are they at the bottom, at the top, or the?
Well, and see, do you track the number of hours
Yeah, we do.
that you
As
put
far as
into a case?
Oh, no, we don't do that, I thought you meant education hours, sorry.
In case what?
I thought you meant education, training hours.
No,
This
no,
is
I'm
different.
talking about the number of hours that they put
Yeah,
into
no,
a
we don't
case.
do
So,
that.
so, you take, like I said, a couple of your deputies, I think one is 6,300 and the other is 6,700, but that's an annual salary.
Right,
And regardless of how much time they put into the case.
right,
So, the hourly rate that a PAT 3 gets, or is supposed to be getting, we have no way of tracking that.
okay.
I didn't know how that was set.
Yeah.
That was before my time there.
Would that be helpful for us? Do we want to know how many hours they put into their cases?
When I was first coroner, we tried to track hours like that. It was impossible. It's even hard to track our cases because not every time we're called out to investigate is it a coroner's case. We only call coroner's cases when the coroner signs the death certificate.
So really what this would change, if we brought on one additional, we made Dave Mitchell up from a volunteer to a county employee, it would take your 84 hours per pay period, and everyone is on call, and takes them to 67.2.
Yeah, and
So-
we're eventually asking to put 2 people total, or you're saying that, but 2 people on total.
Correct. So I'm sorry, I didn't read this, but I read a lot of things this weekend. So is your current ask for one additional person now?
2.
You're thinking you'll do another one in the future, or you're wanting both of them?
We like to go ahead and add 2 so we can move the one in immediately that we already have and then look for another one and kind of let them know. It'd be more so if we could say we're trying to hire a second person, that way we can let them know what the responsibilities are, what they'd be paid for it. It'd be easier to fill someone in ahead of time looking for them, saying, you're gonna have to take this much off the schedule versus another volunteer where, I don't know, maybe you can kind of tell them sometime, but they're just gonna be called to fill in. They're not gonna have a set schedule or anything. It's hard to get somebody to work for free that's gonna wanna help fill in these, weekends, nights, that type of thing.
So they're
So-
really wanting to do it now in the
Right.
21 budget already.
Yeah, because I think we should be able to find someone for next year. I've had some people in mind as far as volunteers, but I just haven't discussed.
So you're thinking that the ask is let's start this immediately, we need an additional appropriation, create the position, get an additional appropriation.
That's what I think she's
Yeah,
wanting
we
to
want,
do.
Dave, we want to have him put on now, and we want to go ahead and get approved to have another one that we can tell would be salary instead of volunteer. We've always had 2 or 3 volunteers, we're kind of down in person as far as volunteer now anyway, we need to do that. But one
That's where I'm
person,
sitting up here thinking about adding positions to the payroll. And it's not, and you know, it's not a huge amount in the scheme of things, but from thinking, we're gonna go from 4 to 6, I'm like, well, we've been getting by with 4, why do we need 6 all of a sudden? And I know it might be an ignorant question, but I really don't know why.
basically because all of us have potential to be called on our cases, 24 hours, 365 days a year. If you actually, I don't know what other county position is round the clock like that. It's very taxing to have a full-time job plus this basically is a full-time job, in my opinion, as far as coroner. And I think these 2 other guys could vouch coroner could be a full-time position. So it's just hard to, and not complaining, if you don't wanna do it, don't do it, right?
Right.
So,
Now, we did not advertise.
no,
We couldn't even do an additional until July.
okay,
Because
yeah,
we didn't talk about this in
Right.
time to get it.
But at
For
least
June,
the
for the
coroner can
council.
leave knowing
But-
that we are gonna
But if you
support
all-
something or we're not.
But if you all would create it for us to move ahead, then we could go to council in July. So she couldn't really start them until probably the end of July, maybe in August, but at least she knows she's that much closer.
yeah,
And then in her budget for 22, she could
I
have
was waiting to fill that stuff out.
2 in.
So the salary range you're looking at for these 2 positions is similar to the lowest one now?
Exactly,
Plus,
yeah,
plus then you're asking
The
for $1,000
yeah.
above that. For these positions as well, I assume.
Right.
Okay.
What's the total hit to the budget then?
If you're talking about just this one position, it would be 60, if she did get the additional $1,000 the council would have to approve, it would be, say, $7,300 for one new position for a year.
If she gets $1,000.
If she gets $1,000 and is a new position.
Yes.
So if we had both
Well, then
positions,
you'd
that
have
would
to
be
do
closer to.
3,000 there.
15,000.
So if they give the 1,000 plus 2 new positions, you're looking at 14, under 20,000.
When was the last time any positions were held or added to the coroner?
The last time they did anything for them was when they added the volunteer.
Right, and I think the
Stipend,
last
I guess it
raise
is.
was maybe when Ken Merriman was in.
I started the stipend, we had volunteers before, they were paid nothing.
Not the stipend, but the last raise is even.
Well, the thing is, you get raises all the time.
Right,
They're just-
okay.
They're just terrible
Okay,
because it's a
sorry.
percentage. So if you get a $6,000 paycheck and you get a 2% raise,
Right.
it doesn't add up a whole lot.
Something just clicked here that you're asking to move this volunteer into a permanent position and pay them the 63 or 60 or 73 depending upon.
Right.
Whereas now we're paying them,
$60.
$60 a case. So even if they take
so
call
there's an
time.
offset there. We
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
be-
true. You
We
pay
wouldn't be
those.
paying them per case anymore.
Right.
But they're only budgeted for $700 for the year.
Okay.
So it tells you that they're not going out a ton.
Yeah.
There is an offset, but it'll be limited.
Okay.
Well, and then they're not going out, but they're engaged away all that time, they're not getting paid for is the problem. It's hard to get anybody to want to help to do that when, who wants to sit around waiting for somebody to die all day, basically.
What would, one way to put it.
Bad joke.
What- Strike that from the record.
Yeah.
What,
It's already out there.
what would it take if I'm like, no, I'm interested in this and I want to be a volunteer? What do I have to do on my own as a private citizen to be eligible to be a volunteer or a staff member?
Yeah, so a volunteer's gonna have to do the same thing a staff member would. So at first, you're gonna start going out on a few cases with one of the coroners and deputies that we have now. And if they agree, they think it would be good to put on the office, and 2 times a year, we have a training in Indianapolis. It's a 2-weekend training, so that person's gone 2 or 3 days for those 2 weekends. Then they take a board exam, which is actually pretty extensive. It's got quite a bit of parts to it. And once they pass that, then they can come back and they'll start, they're deemed a deputy, they have certification as a medical legal death investigator. At that point, then they have to sit in, if they couldn't before, sit in on an autopsy, and then they'll work a case where they draw tox, sit in on the autopsy, and then they have to write up a full report that they submit that the board and then coroner's training board make sure that's okay on how they write that report and how they do the tox, and show that they sat in on an autopsy and worked at least one case. Then before they full-fledged go out, they work quite a few cases with us before, we allow them to go do that on their own. And then every 2 years, they have to keep up that 16 hours.
Got it.
But you either go to our coroner's training conference, or you can do the guys that work EMS or corrections, they can do different things that the training board will allow them to count as hours, because, EMS, all the medical lingo, that's all kind of, it's in one category. They get hours one way doing that, or they can go to our training board and get it. So some of it overlaps. My field director training will count as coroner and vice versa sometimes too, so. But usually you can't get it all that way. You still have to go to that conference in Indianapolis, and that's every year. So that's when some of us are away, and we need help with people to fill in.
Let me go back to the volunteer and what we're compensating them now. It says $60 a run.
A case,
A case. What constitutes a case?
So even if we don't deem it like where the coroner signs a death certificate or there's an autopsy done, even if any unexpected death at home or in the hospital, even if a doctor ends up signing those death certificates, those are still cases that we do runs on. So anything, it could be as small as that or as big as having to get the autopsy and follow through with the case that way. So basically any unexpected death they're getting called out for.
So just like the paid personnel,
Exactly.
the number of hours they put in can vary a great deal
Right.
for that $60.
Yeah. It may be 12, 15 hours on one case, honestly. Because that incident where we had the Holiday Memorial victim passed away, that we dealt with that. I mean, Tony and I did that together, but it was probably 20, 25 hours worth of time put into that, and we're still dealing with it now. So if that would have been one of the volunteers doing that, they would have got $60 for basically working all that time.
But the volunteer is not on call.
Yeah, they're on call so the volunteers usually will fill in for us. We're on vacation or away at training, so they may be on call. Like I said, it varies.
Okay.
But they're not getting paid for that call time. They're only getting paid if they get called out.
I think where I'm at, I'll start the conversation, I suppose, is, I prefer baby steps instead of eating the whole thing at one time, so I'd be in favor of, and I'm not taking, as I've mentioned numerous times over the last couple of weeks, I'm not adding anyone to the employee roles lightly. But in this case, I think that it's a right step to move the current volunteer up to a deputy role, I guess, would be one way to do it, as an actual employee, and let them start there. Then they can maybe fill in a volunteer if they can find one, and kind of just start that process. I would be okay with creating the position and seeing if if the council deems it available funding for it. I believe that it's worthwhile. This was a good presentation, and it taught me a little more about what you're doing and what the office is doing. So I can support a single staff person addition.
I would agree. I could support the single staff person. And then maybe, depending on how this year goes, maybe next year you come back here and possibly get that second staff person.
Okay.
Are you okay with doing it immediately?
The second staff person?
No, the one staffer immediately.
One
You're saying
staffer,
there's a
yes.
need immediately.
Right.
Good. Commissioner Ramos?
Yeah, one question I have is on the volunteer. Is that a position that we created at some time? This board created at some time?
It's in here.
Or could she have multiple volunteers?
Yeah,
They still only get $60 when you go out on the case, when they work the case.
So we've had multiple
Would give you
volunteers.
more flexibility on your call time.
Yeah, we've had multiple volunteers in the past. One moved away for some family, and then one just stepped down because of her family ties. But again, I was going to check.
I think that's in your report, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Say it.
No, you're fine. But we were just going to ask for the second one paid before I went and look for another volunteer, so we could kind of explain to them what they'd be getting themselves into.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to take call time, we got to let them know they're just going to get paid for the case, and that's kind of hard. I don't know. It's doable, but it's kind of hard to ask people to do that, when they're going to have to stay around and be on call and not get paid for that time.
And then
I was in that role for a while. That's why I can advocate for that, because it does take a lot of time for not getting paid. paid to wait, so.
Should we be considering, like, sometime in the near future, having a full-time coroner? Or are you gonna be able to manage this?
I can definitely manage it, it'd just be nice to have a little bit of help. Again, I'm fortunate where I work, that it kinda does dual duty. If it wouldn't be for that, I couldn't really do it, but as for now, I definitely can make it work. It'd just be nice to have a little additional help.
I just didn't know if that was something we need to have on the radar for the future, or
I don't know how far into the future, what time we start thinking about that. We're very fortunate now too, with the working relationship these guys have built with our pathologist that we have. He's a forensic pathologist with Sudbury on shortage now too. He comes from Bedford and he's 65 and he's basically coming here now because he knows all of us. We built that networking relationship. In the future, bodies had to be transported to maybe Vanderbilt County for autopsy. I don't know what's gonna happen because you'll have to have a staff person or a vehicle to drive them to and from the autopsy back to the funeral home where they go and pay for all that stuff. So I don't know how that's gonna play in down the line.
We could be looking at a vehicle in the future.
So to answer your question, Chad, yes, I can support what you proposed. I might even lean a little bit more than that, but I can certainly support that.
Okay, I'll move that we create this position as a similar deputy to the existing deputies. We maintain the volunteer deputy program as it's been.
So are you okay then too, if we go ahead and look in the meantime, before we can get another position, to go ahead and look for another volunteer to fill in this person's place when they move to full time?
Yes.
That's okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay,
And that was my question a minute ago. I guess you could look for two of them.
okay,
You know,
to fill in the position that we
I mean,
lost.
that's not a position we create. Is it?
You can have 100 volunteers.
Yeah.
I know it's not.
I understand.
It doesn't work that way.
yeah.
Okay,
So, I made the motion to create the position.
I'll second.
So we get a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. So,
Then we'll put it on the July meeting for the council to fund it, because I can't get it advertised anymore
oh, that,
for
okay,
next week on.
okay.
And then we'll do it at the you said they're Pat threes?
Yes. I don't know why that's important. I mean, yeah, you have to put something in, I get it.
I think they always ask me when I get
Yeah.
there, so I wanna make sure I have it.
Because like I said, we're not paying an hourly rate.
right, if nobody dies next year, they get paid the same.
Yes. If they sit around all year and
Optimist.
nothing happens.
Colonel Optimist right here.
I'd be
Healthiest
happy.
community
I'd
county
be
in the world.
happy.
We thank you so much for coming in
Thank
and
you guys for your time.
we'll see how that's.
So then in your 22 budget, you'll have
Go ahead and write it up. for the
4
next
deputies
person.
then, right?
And then you'll have to you can apply for that extra $1,000 or I don't know how the council works that part.
4 deputies plus
Plus
yourself?
a coroner.
So how does that work then? So I filled out the paperwork with HR for us for the $1,000 raise, but then for this person, do I have to do something else or?
I would ask him if you could make an
Okay.
amendment
Okay.
and just add another page.
Well, the position doesn't even exist yet, so.
Right.
I mean, in the budget, I guess you just put all of you with that top raise.
And then if
I would
we
ask Marky what he thinks.
Okay.
That'll work.
and then if we have to change it, we do. Okay.
He's probably in there now. He's probably on the way out.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Thank you guys. Thanks, Bob. See you guys. As everyone in the room knows, coroners talk so much. That's why we're behind. So when they get around my bodies, they just want to talk.
They just want to
They talk back.
They get responses.
We were on track right up until then. So, Commissioner Hosstetter went to the restroom. We will get on to Director Gerloff when he comes back.
We're making headway.
We sure are.
Pay some stuff.
Mr. Gleason, you want this? I'm sorry, I already have.
Great.
Did you want it?
Thank you.
Correct, some, sticky notes.
I didn't see something in.
You know, when you feel like you're part of the, feel like a part of the.
No, I texted him that. He was just getting my phone number until.
Probation, I think this is working out well because.
Those are yours.
Yep.
I looked on this, I read the email from Katie, and when she got here, I tried to look it up, and I could not find it. I searched Katie, I searched Warren, I searched Sugar.
I think there's, does she have a county address? I think she does.
I don't know where I got it. I had to order.
I just know I read it, but I couldn't find it in my email anywhere.
Yeah, this,
Send it every quarter.
that might be the case. The thing that's difficult about that is it's just an unusual thing. No other office is on call.
It's not.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
I don't have anything worked out for you yet.
Okay, so that was like,
feel it in the air.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh, you bring it here.
Public meeting.
Okay, let's get back to order here.
We talked a little bit about it.
Okay, this is great. Let's get rolling again.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Will you please state your names for the record?
My name is Megan Durloff. I'm the DuBois County Community Corrections Director. Melissa Niehaus, DuBois County Pretrial Coordinator.
Because on our video, all we can see is your elbow.
That's
So
fine.
if anybody wants to know who
That's
you
Melissa's
were.
elbow. That's fine. Don't do that. That's good. Now we can't see anything. No, we can't see your elbow. Okay. So we're here today and provided an email update for pretrial services, but just to briefly overview what we're here to ask for today is Melissa applied for and received funding from the Indiana Office of Court Services to expand the pretrial services office and the monitoring that we're providing as well as the assessments that we're providing. We are requesting, and with that expansion of the funding, they have provided funding for an additional full-time pretrial services officer with benefits. And the funding is through, it's essentially an extension because they run on a fiscal year right now, but we'll be switching to a calendar year 2022. So today we are asking to be able to fill or to create, I guess, the position of an additional pretrial services officer for the pretrial services department.
Melissa, how long does the funding last?
This current funding or this grant award goes through December 31st, 2021, because they're moving to the calendar year for the budget cycle. So this is a 6-month award. And then of course we have the anticipation that we're gonna reapply to continue it. And then it would be a full year after that if approved.
Okay, so it'll be a year to year, and you would hope that it proves its own value and it continues indefinitely. What was the amount of the grant?
The total, $67,445
For 6 months.
for 6 months.
67 for 6 months is pretty substantial, isn't it? I mean, it's more than we would need for that position. Right?
It also includes several other pieces. So right now, the pretrial grant that we received from Indiana Office of Court Services also pays for example, if someone was ordered to have drug screens as a condition of their release from jail during their pretrial status. It also pays for defense counsel to be present during initial hearings so that the defendant can have representation in that initial hearing. And equipment, it includes purchase of a laptop so that the new pretrial services officer can use their laptop and take it to the jail when they complete their assessments as well.
I say it every time somebody comes in with an asking money, both, I love it. It makes it, I may just approve about anything if you say I can pay for it on my own. And, so that's kind of where I'm at with this. If, you know, I believe pretrial services are important, and you've been doing a fine job, and the idea of not putting people in jail before they're guilty, if they're not a threat to society, is nice, and the way to do it. So I wouldn't see a problem with this. Can you tell us what wage, and I know it's a PAT 3, so it has a wage range for this person, where would we put them in that? Or what would you propose? Do you have a thought?
Yes, the budget for, do you have a budget? I'm sorry. The budget was for an annual salary of, I believe, 42,300. That's the same as what our other case managers get paid, so that's
Just keep them in line with the
keeping them
others.
in line, yeah.
I guess that would be a determination the council could make if they want to set a pay. We would set a range and the council could select where that would fit, but I think that would make sense to put them in line with the others. Is there anything that, just to clear all?
That's
all
roughly the middle of the wage scale, and
Yes, it is.
PAT 3 is 2076 to 2623, and I think that comes out to 23 something.
Yeah, we have our other pretrial services officer that was awarded last year. So Indiana Office of Court Services has awarded us a full-time position already, and then this is the second one. That's where she's paid, is that PAT 3, and it is right in the middle of that wage range. Mhm.
The only question I had, and I don't know, maybe this isn't the right thing, but I'll do it anyway. You report a safety rate of 89.38% of defendants who entered the justice system and received a pretrial assessment, completed it without obtaining a new criminal charge. So that tells me that 10% did reoffend while they were out. So is this a good number? Is 89% a good number? Or is this a number that the community should be concerned about? Because I guess the way I'm looking at it, a person gets a DUI, they get, I would guess it would be probably a violent crime of domestic abuse if someone was harmed, but they may not qualify for something like this. But if that DUI person goes back out and gets arrested again, is this a good thing for the community? Is 10% too much, or is 10% great? I don't know the answer.
I would say, unfortunately, we don't know where we were before. We don't have percentages or information from before January 1st of 2020, whenever we started collecting all the data. One thing I will say is that I think it would, we know I don't think we're ever going to be at 100%. I think the reality is that we are going to have some people that reoffend in that time frame. But one thing that I think is important to note is that when we do the pretrial risk assessment, we assess that person to be either a low risk to reoffend and to not show up for court during their pretrial period, a moderate risk, or a high risk. And that 89%, it actually validated our assessments, because the largest number of people that did not, or that did reoffend, or we're on the safety rate, so did reoffend in that time frame, the largest percent of those people were assessed to be the higher risk people. And then the second number, it was a stair step. So the people that we assessed and we said, we think they're at a lower risk to reoffend during this time frame, that was the lowest number of people that reoffended, and then of course moderate and high. So I think it's in some way validating the assessment that we're doing.
And in every case, it's ultimately up to Judge McConnell or Judge Verkamp to make the decision if this person, we see the IRS, what we're using, we see this, we feel okay with the offense that they had, that they can be in pretrial services instead of being incarcerated for this amount of time. It ultimately comes up to the judges.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Any questions or comments over here?
So what is your official title?
Pretrial coordinator.
Yeah, no, I can support, as you said before, when you have the grant money available to pay for it, why would we not want to do it? the fear is always that the grant runs out and then what do we do? But you've done, you know, as far as I can tell in my time in this position, that you've done a good job of not, we haven't moved very many of those positions onto the county payroll. I don't even know if we've done any, I don't know, yeah. So we've done a good job with it, so I'm comfortable with it.
One thing I want to mention too is that when we stood here a year ago asking for the additional, the first additional free trial services officer, it was just me doing this. And now, I mean, we're already getting ready to turn into a 3-person agency in just a little over a year. So I'm just super excited about it. And obviously, I feel like the state sees something in us and what we're doing in pretrial services is changing and becoming more and more prevalent. So
because you and those 2 staff members are doing this work, or enough work for 3, whose work are you setting? Who isn't having to do work that would have done it before, or is it everybody still doing all the same work caseload they were doing before and you're additional? Or is my question making any sense?
our job is very, I mean, we have appointments scheduled with the people that we monitor and we see and we have tracking that we do kind of behind the scenes. But every day, we don't know what we're gonna walk into kind of in the morning because it all depends on how many people get arrested. So we're responsible for going over and doing the assessments. Sometimes that can take 5-6 hours to get all those finished. And then still trying to do that. It's really just gonna alleviate both of our time to have that 3rd person to kind of help just even out that caseload. And my hope is that the 2 pretrial services officers will share the bulk of the load while I do more of the management, the data gathering, the things that I have to do for Megan, reporting and things like that. But I'll still obviously manage a caseload as well.
And I would also add, when we applied for this grant, and I'm gonna take a guess at the numbers here. But when we applied for the grant, we said since January 1st of 2020, we have served 105 individuals on pretrial services monitoring. And today, we have 112 people active on monitoring. So that just goes to show their caseload has increased drastically. When we came here last year, Melissa was managing anyone who was on pretrial monitoring. I think we were in the 30s or so, 40s. Today, she's got a caseload still of about 40, and Danielle has a caseload of about 90. So more people are being placed on pretrial monitoring because they can see that they're getting services and engaged in treatment earlier, and transportation assistance and housing assistance and those sorts of things. So it's just the program's being utilized more frequently and what the numbers are showing.
Okay. Judge McConnell, are you in support of this position?
I agree with you, it's free money.
All right, as long as you didn't say heck no, so I'll move that we create the position as requested.
And this will be in the pretrial services grant. Because she's not paid out of the grant, she's paid out of your program.
Correct. Department of Corrections funds the pretrial coordinator.
I'll second. Got a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion? Say aye. Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask would you mind sticking around? I'm not sure exactly what, I mean, I know I heard what you said, but it might, because one of the things I mentioned in here is that you do assessments and they do assessments, and maybe it might make sense to have them.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbins looked like he was starting to for you to go. Oh, Sean, I guess you can prepare yourself for when he comes back in. You're actually between the 2 of them.
Just like the state, still waiting.
Lease and contract for test site.
How much testing are we doing?
I'm gonna guess probably about 100 we got every week. Yeah.
That's more than I expected, honestly.
Probably a lot of travel and there's still deals out there that want to go. Most people that are wanting to travel have to have a test before and after, so if there's, if we don't keep it up, there's, possibly the expense of them having to go to CVS and pay for it, or a doctor's office and pay for it, so. While we still have money available.
1:30, you know, my. I can't hear this screen. Yeah, they go over your
Do
one.
you think we care?
I'll take the call here, I'm just telling you. Sure. One way or another, I'm taking the call.
Oh, they did the morning south. I had it in my brain that I had it in my brain.
They moved it.
You're not alone, there's a lot of them.
That's what I do now.
All right, Mr. Werner.
On behalf of Mr. Werner, as you guys know, there's test site location still going on at what was the former Ruxer Golf Course. There is funding that is coming down from the state, has yet to arrive. Our contract with Blue Ridge Group expires on June the 30th. What the health department's looking for is approval to enter into that contract pending the funding arrival. On behalf of the county to extend that contract with Blue Ridge Group for further testing at that site, correct?
On a month lease with the city, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's gonna switch to a month lease with the city, simply because they've listed that for sale. The goal is that the city sells it, because that's good for them, but they don't sell it until the warmer months are behind us, and then we have another place we can go to at that point without a lease. Correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Werner, still a need?
I mean, there's definitely a need. I think, I don't have the exact number, but I'm gonna guess somewhere around 100 a week. So if you're doing the people that are ill, obviously, and then you have to go on travel, they're requiring a COVID negative test before you go. So a lot of those people are still coming to our site. I mean, obviously it's not near as utilized as it was in the beginning, but I think while we have funding, I think it's still a good service to provide to the county residents.
Similar to Director Gerloff, the money's coming if we want to use it, right?
And we're also doing it for Spencer and Martin County as well,
So we might as well. I mean, it doesn't hurt the county, it means that our benefit to keep it. So I guess I would move to continue the month with the city of Jasper and extend the contract for the test site pending receipt of funding.
So the contract is in works with the state. I've been hounding them every week, trying to get it. They said last week that it's supposed to be coming soon, so I'm hoping I can get it signed this week. And then how long does it take to get the funding? Saying typically a week or two. It's the state. We really never know.
I mean, you begged for the one for what, 4 months?
Yeah, but we have some money left in the fund now that might be able to get us maybe a week or two into July, if possible. So I say we keep it up as long as the state's gonna fund it. Unless there's just absolutely no need at the end of the year, then we can probably look at that when we get there.
The extension would be till the end of the year, based on the funding we're hoping to receive.
I'd like to amend my motion to add that, well, does it matter who signs it? Do you know? You need to sign it?
It's set up for Sean to sign.
Okay. I'd like to amend my motion to include that Mr. Werner can sign the contracts to this, to make this happen.
So you're approving,
Did you have something else to add?
No, I think I signed the last one, didn't I? Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
That's all I got.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sean, I'll get back with you later on that other piece.
Sounds good. So,
and I'm not saying that's thanks to you.
for review and then
If it's June 30th, we'll sign this.
Chief Probation Officer Jenny Lambert, for Judge Town. Hey.
So Jennifer Lambert with DuBois County Probation. Judge McConnell. So we're here asking to create a new probation officer position for our office. It's been over 12 years since we've added new staff. All the other agencies around us have added additional staff to deal with additional workload. The local police agencies have added officers, we've added jailers, the prosecutor's office has added additional staff, as well as community corrections, circuit court office added additional court reporter. So the numbers have fluctuated in probation over that time frame. Sometimes we have 800 or 900 people on, and sometimes we have 500 people on. But our way of doing business is different. It's not the cat herding like it used to be, where you come in and you ask them, you live in the same place, you've been arrested, using any drugs, give them a screen, and out the door you go. So that was not very effective. I think back to when I started, like in 2005, we had 1,200 people on probation, and that's all we did. Every 15 minutes was in and out the door. And we didn't affect any change. We weren't doing any good. It didn't help public safety at all. So the state has recognized that, and it's changed the way that we do our job now. We use evidence-based practices similar to community corrections to affect change, work with them on their thinking, and that takes time. That takes additional training, and it takes additional officers, because the amount of people that we have on, we don't have the time to be able to dedicate to these probationers to affect any change. So we're here today to ask to add at least one additional probation officer at this time for the 2022 budget. We've also taken on some additional duties, and I'll let Judge McConnell talk about how we have gotten rid of the court alcohol drug program, which is added to our workload.
That program is not going yet, but it is dwindling, so to speak. We're not referring anyone new to the court alcohol and drug program. I think the reason for that is that, like you, I think, mentioned, Chad, it's kind of redundant in that people that were being referred to community corrections or probation were asked to have assessments to determine if they had a drug or alcohol problem. And essentially that was the same thing that the alcohol and drug program was doing when we were doing assessments. Once an assessment was done and a need was determined, they were then referred to, a provider, either education or treatment group sessions, inpatient program, things of that nature. But whenever we refer to someone, say for instance, Life Springs, the first thing they do is do another assessment. So people were having two assessments, excuse me, one through our court alcohol and drug program and one through the provider, because the provider by law is required to do that to determine what services are necessary. So, and then I think also, as you've heard us talk about IRASs before, risk assessment survey, that we were doing drug and alcohol assessments through that as well. So we're just finding out that the drug alcohol or alcohol and drug program was redundant. It's not anything that when it started was the case, because we really didn't have a community corrections department as such when the A&D program was started. There was no one that was doing those assessments. Now they've got people on board that are doing that. The providers are doing assessments. When the probation department has a pre-sentence investigation report, they do a drug and alcohol assessment. So we decided to eliminate that alcohol and drug program. As a result, it falls now to community corrections or probation to do those assessments to determine whether those folks should be referred out to someone else. So I think there's some additional workload for probation and community corrections as a result of that. I also think that, and this is not related to that, I'll try to answer any questions I can as far as the assessments, but our probation department all of our probation officers carry a very heavy caseload, and they have for a long time. And I think Jenny provided you with a memo that kind of outlined that, but compared, for instance, to community corrections, I think our probation officers have about 3 times as many individuals on their particular caseload compared to community corrections. So you know, they're just really being stretched to the limit and have been for a long time, overworked. I know we've had some turnover too, there, especially in circuit court, and I know that Brittany has really taken on the brunt of that, and we do have a new probation officer now, but apparently she's decided that she's moving on. You know, probation is a very stressful job, and there is heavy burnout, and we've been very lucky, I think, to have the probation officers that we've had for as long as we've had, especially with the caseload that they've had to endure. And, you know, like I say, the first one, or the one that's quitting now, it's been there a very short time, basically quit based upon, or is quitting based upon concerns about the safety of her family. I know that we have another probation officer that there was an incident recently where she was concerned about her safety. You know, it's a hard job. You're dealing with people that are not always easy or fun to deal with. And like I say, the caseloads are substantial. And I think we've had, you know, kind of a history of burnout. And I think just in that field in general.
It's 5 years burnout. It's 5 years in a probation field, which we've been very fortunate to keep a lot of our officers longer than that.
So in order to prevent that and to pick up, you know, some of the additional assessments as well as reduce caseloads, I think it's essential. And Jenny mentioned one probation. I think we could easily add two, and still be above what's recommended as far as caseload is concerned for our officers. Unfortunately, we don't come with money in hand. So that's something that I'll wait with you. That'll be paid out of the general fund. There are probation fees that are collected that go into the probation fund. The state statute is very clear that those can only be used to supplement expenses of the probation department.
I actually pay our probation assistant. This year, I'm gonna move her completely into that fund. I'm gonna give that a try. So,
And that's something that's changing too. I know that there's been over the years a lot of confusion and questioning as to why some of the probation officers' budget was put into circuit court and some in superior court. And so we've all agreed that this year, for the upcoming year, the budget won't be in superior court. So the whole probation department's gonna fall under superior court. So I don't know if you have any questions or if there's anything else you want to say.
So I think you may have brought money along with you, if we're gonna eliminate the A&D program, I mean, that's money back in the.
That was really paid by user fees.
So
There's not much.
I mean, there, yeah, and we were kind of hanging on there too, from a financial standpoint. Now, I don't know yet, and I think we need to look into this as far as that money that's in that fund, what we can do with it. If we can put it into drug court, you know, that's gonna be my preference, is move over to that program. Currently, our drug court case manager, you know, the A&D program and drug court consisted of 2 full-time people, and then we had an administrative assistant that was part-time, or is part-time. You know, what I would like to do, when the A&D program goes away, then we'll just have 1 case manager, and then we'll have the part-time assistant. I would like to see that money go in to the A&D budget, and then try to keep that assistant on at least partially where she is, and then our case manager is currently paid through a grant that is administered through Community Corrections. So again, if that grant ever goes away, I would like to have some money in our drug court account to be able to continue the program without, you know, having to come back and ask you folks to pay it all.
Will you repeat again, I know you mentioned it earlier, if I'm on probation, I pay a fee, monthly fee or weekly?
it's a monthly fee.
A monthly fee, and how far does that dollar stretch? For my case, you have a heavy case when you have 300 people, what does that do as far as the funding mechanism?
So years ago,
back in probably 2010, that was a pretty healthy fund. And so we added an additional probation officer at that time and we used that fund. And we knew at that point we were going backwards from what we were collecting in to what we had in that fund, we were going to lose money. So at this point, that fund's under $100,000. I can't remember directly what it is today. But at the end of last year, the year before, like we were barely making ends meet with that, what I do pay out of that probation user fund. So I do pay an assistant almost fully out of that. Last year, I think it was just a little bit, like maybe $1,000 that she got from County General. I intend to move her fully into the probation user fund for 2022. I know by statute, it says probation officers, it has to be supplemented. It's a little unclear on probation assistant, so I'm gonna give that a try this year to see if I can fully fund that position, as well as drug screens and then any comp time payout, which historically we haven't used. We try to keep our comp time down, and I have my officers take that time off. So there's not enough in there to pay a probation officer, if that's what your question is.
Well, no, I wasn't even going fully that way. I just didn't know if you were self-supportive and to what extent.
And I will say, as far as the alcohol and drug program was always self-supported. Anyone who had an assessment, there was a flat fee, it was $400. And then they had the assessment and then they monitored through the treatment provider, what progress they were making. So obviously that's going away. That fee is going away. I think, again, community corrections and probation are kind of picking up the slack. They're doing the assessments, but there won't be a separate assessment fee. It'll be part of the probation and part of the community corrections, so there won't be any money generated from those assessments. The drug court charges $50 per person per month. So right now we have 13 people in drug court. So 13 times 50, it's not a lot of money. And it's not enough to pay that case manager, by itself. Obviously the grant's important, but, without that, it's not, drug court is not going to be self-supporting.
If this caseload triples, it won't pay for itself.
No.
So probation user fees are $20 a month for misdemeanors and $25 for felons. And that's set by statute. We could raise it to 30, and we had considered that at one point, but it's set by statute how much we can charge monthly for a probationer.
Can't charge $100.
There's like an administrative and initial fee, but then the monthly fee. So they're all set by statute.
So Judge McConnell, though, on the administrative assistant for the court A&D program, would you keep that for Adam for within?
At least for the time being, as we wind down the alcohol and drug program. I think once that program is completely closed, that he may not need that position. I know that Megan has talked about absorbing that position into community corrections, if possible. I know that individual in that position is very highly thought of by community corrections.
I didn't know if it will be in somebody's 2022 budget, I guess is what I'm getting at. Will Denu's position and the administrative position, will those be in your budget now? Denu will be gone, but you think you're gonna put that on? Good, no. Okay. So at some point, we may need to eliminate the A&D director. I guess we could eliminate it immediately because your funds, you're gonna.
He's already resigned the position, so nobody's really in that position. Our drug court case manager is doing that in addition temporarily until the caseload dwindles to zero. You know what I'm saying? But no one is being referred to that program now. Our plea agreements used to say that you had to contact the alcohol and drug program within 48 hours to schedule an appointment for assessment and then follow treatment recommendations. It now says that you're to have a drug or alcohol assessment as recommended either by probation or community corrections. So if folks are in those programs and they feel there's a need for them to have an assessment, they'll conduct that initial assessment and refer them on over there.
So the administrative assistant is still working on drug
She's
cases?
still working on both the drug court and the A&D program, because someone still has to, those people still have to be monitored to make sure that they're in compliance with the requirements until they finish the program. So we're not, no one's starting programs anew through the A&D program, but there are people that are already on certain programming. We're still monitoring them until they're finished. So, over time, the number of people in those programs or through the A&D program will diminish. Generally speaking, those people are on the program for, maybe 5 months, 4 or 5 months. So 6 months from now, we should be down to zero, assuming that everyone does what they're supposed to. Some of them don't get started right when they're supposed to and drag on a little bit longer, but give or take 6 months, we should be finished. So I'm hoping by the end of this calendar year that got her all choked up.
That does that to people.
By long-windedness makes people ill, I think is what she said.
Sorry, everyone coughed in here, everybody. And it took a.
Should have ran out of water.
I know, why I was
Say I
saying.
share my water, but I don't even like it.
No, I don't think that would be a good thing.
There is a test site down by the river.
Well, I do have somebody out with COVID right now, speaking of that, and I was sick about 2 weeks ago, so I wonder if I didn't have it at that point. But I couldn't test because you have to be within the first 7 days and had symptoms, which I didn't have any symptoms at that point, so. I don't know, we were just talking about that on the way over here.
Just tell them
And now I have a cough.
Tell them you're traveling.
I actually did travel to Utah prior to that, so it's likely where it happened.
No, I mean to get tested.
Oh, to go
If
on
you're
it?
traveling, you
Travel.
can get tested.
So, let's try to do this in this direction, this order. Let's, first, I'll move to eliminate the A&D position. That'll be my first motion, then we'll consider the next one.
I will second.
Any other discussion?
No.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. As far as the administrative position, we will, I guess at some point we can eliminate the position, but by lack of funding in 2022, from your budget, it'll disappear and there'll have to be a new ask for that position.
Eliminating the position currently is not filled.
Right.
And that's not gonna free up any funding for.
It may free up funding that he could use in the drug court
But
program.
not for the.
Well, we could transfer that funding out to another line item in the ND program, so the only place it's gonna go is to the administrative assistant. Which is
In the
already
ND
funded,
program.
so it'll just sit there and not be used. But it wasn't totally funded for the rest of the year anyway, so I mean,
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
we were having
it
funding
may,
issues.
if we keep the administrative assistant through the end of the year, that may deplenish the fund totally anyway.
and we'll continue to monitor it, so.
Okay, now we have a consideration of the request to add an additional appropriation or an additional probation officer to the staff. I guess they would start depending on their years of experience within the, just like everyone else. If you have 10 years of experience in Pike County, that would transfer to here. I guess the judge would make that determination to accept or not accept that. But, so we don't know what the true cost of the position would be unless you have somebody already in line necessarily. So, I guess that's what our consideration is.
So how would you budget for a new position?
I don't know, that's a good question, we had discussed that, and my intent, I guess, was to budget for $40,000, and so if they come in under that, we're okay. If they come in with years of experience, we would have to ask for an additional appropriation at that point, I guess. It's just kind of a guess, I don't know. The last time that we advertised, we got 30 people that were very qualified, a lot of them had master's degrees, so it just depends what we get whenever we advertise.
I would ask for your recommendation, should we budget higher? And then, if we give them someone who's fresh, new, we'll pay them less than budgeted. But if it's someone who's got more experience, which would really be preferred, that, we would have the money already in the budget to cover that without having to come back.
Yeah, I think the council.
That's a council
More of a council
decision.
question than anything, probably.
I think the budget higher.
Do
Instead of having an additional appropriation, that's gonna have to run away.
Okay.
Do you have that schedule with you?
Well, hopefully you would know, I mean, they would start January, but hopefully we would know.
Anything between 4 and 9 years of experience would be 50,965. I think that would be the range that you're probably more likely to find somebody. You know,
And how is this salary set? It's by statute, isn't it?
it's set as a minimum. In other words, you can always pay the probation officers more. The statute sets out a minimum that you can pay them, and which has more or less been adopted as the actual
Is it based on,
Not in
some,
other counties, just.
some?
It changes every year. They change it every year.
Do you have one of those sheets?
Yeah.
You can share with me? I mean, council gets that sheet, but
It's based on what the state did. So back in the 2000s, when the state didn't get a raise for 3 or 4 years, neither did probation at that point, even though the county may have. So it's based on what is approved statewide.
so if they have 1 year of experience, up to 3 or something.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 are different amounts, then 4 through 9.
So the probation officer I just hired now, that recently started, she's in that 0 range. That's what her pay is for this year, and then next year she's going up to the 1 year range. Because she was fresh out of school and had no experience.
The one that's replacing.
Yeah, so Emily Haas, the one that replaces Kirsten.
Can also be based on degree, can it?
Well, if they have a master's degree after they've been a probation officer for 5 years, then that would up their pay.
One question I had about the assessments again, how is it determined if you're doing an assessment versus the community corrections? It's the same assessment,
If
correct?
they're in community corrections, see, they're gonna be on one program or the other, not both. In other words, if they're in community corrections, they're not gonna be on probation. If they're on probation, they're not gonna be in community corrections.
Does anybody ever start at community corrections, then go on probation?
And vice versa.
Eventually,
Right, that's what I,
yeah.
okay.
I mean,
But you wouldn't do you each wouldn't do one.
No.
If somebody transitioned from Megan to you or you to Megan.
Right, so if we're doing a pre-sentence investigation on someone that's up for sentencing and they get sentenced to community corrections, we will have already done the IRAS at that point and we will already done an assessment. And then they get a copy of that report to utilize. And it's web-based, so they can go online and look at the assessment also.
chances are if they're moving from community corrections to probation, it's because they're doing well. So they're probably not gonna need another assessment at that point.
Does it make sense, Judge, to have a person whose job is doing the assessments instead of having staff members from both doing it?
Well, that's what we had before.
But it didn't work or it did work?
That was called the alcohol and drug program.
Well, but I mean,
And they
were-
said we're doing them anyway.
And it was
So
so expensive.
I think that the other concern was that people were coming into community corrections and, because they were meeting with their case managers immediately when they were put on community corrections, that community corrections was able to do that assessment and make referrals quicker than the alcohol and drug program. And I think that we would probably have the same problem if we created a position that that's all they did, that there would be a backlog. Whereas if it's each individual case manager is doing it for the person who comes in and is put on their caseload, they're gonna get to it quicker. Make that referral quicker, which in that circumstance, time is important. The quicker you can get people into services, the better.
Thank you.
We had discussed that, whether we bring in a new person just to do assessments, but 50 to 60% of people coming into probation have a substance abuse issue, so that would be way too much for one person to do all those assessments. So it just makes more sense to train all my officers to be able to do the assessments, and when they meet with them, they can perform the assessment then.
That this really is kind of a part of our overall, we've been looking at the justice system and what can we do to streamline it and make it better. And this is kind of in line with that, our feeling is that things can move quicker with probation and community corrections than they could with the standalone alcohol and drug program.
So I think where I stand on this issue or this position is I would favor it, And one of the reasons for it is because one, I think there's a need. And one, if it fits within the budget that the council has, great. If not, this may be the first opportunity for us to use CNR money to pay for a position. I would guess this is a rehabilitative service. You're not doing the old smack them on the hand or tell them good job. I mean, you're providing a wider range of services. So corrections, CNR money, because that's the point of this money too. It's not just for building a building; it's to provide rehabilitative services. So I don't feel I hate creating a position and telling them find the money for it, because. But this way, I think that there may be a funding opportunity for this that there may not be if it was an employee at the highway department or in courthouse or something. So I think I support the staff need. Commissioner Hostetter?
I think I would tend to agree with you, especially if it's been 12 years since you've had a position up there. I can see where the need would arise, and I can support that.
Yeah, the need is there. In addition to CNR and what we talked about a while ago about the ARPA funds, for me, it would be a way to put it into that bucket. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how long-term funding of a job would work. I mean, it may be the first 3 years or
Especially when
something,
it's not COVID related.
Yeah.
but they
But
allow for it to be
might
for mental
COVID
health
related.
services.
It might be COVID related. I don't
I think you're
know.
better off
Commissioner
with
Brock.
the CNR
I don't
tax
know.
getting rid of it.
You know? But you're right, it would be short term being 4 to 6 years. Is all that money would be there for you.
Well, and if you think about it, 50,000, let's say 50,000 salary, that's probably another 50 for health insurance and benefits.
Not another 50.
By the time you get FICA, perf, and health insurance, it's close.
That's about another 17. What?
Health insurance alone is probably 17 or 18.
Anyway, I'll move. I guess there's.
Plus
I mean,
office staff, plus computers, but, I mean, it's a bigger issue.
So I'm satisfied to move forward with. I'll move that we approve the creation of another position for the probation officer role.
I'll second.
Any other discussion?
No.
Any other comment? No. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I do have one question. You have an office for
Wow.
That's my next question.
We have
Next item on the agenda.
A conference room that we would have to move our conference table out. We used to use it as an office, so we will convert that back into an office and be crowded again.
I figured you had something figured out, or you would be asking for positions.
We'll find a
Well,
place.
hopefully it meets your need, or it starts to.
It'll be a big help. Thank you very much, officers. My officers really care about people up there and they want to do a good job. And I think that's why it takes such a heavy toll on them, because they want to help these people. They want to help affect change and make them more productive in society and make it safer for the community also. And they feel like when they have to herd people through quickly, they're not able to do that. And it's very disheartening.
I will say, yesterday I was at a school meeting yesterday morning and had a person that is working with Emily, and they said, this is what kind of person that would normally say these people are, they would tell you what they thought, and they had nothing but praise, and they said, this person cares about me, and it was a real positive.
Good.
I think they went into it with a very bad attitude, which you probably don't get much of that, but this person had a lot of praise, and it always feels good to hear that somebody is. Sometimes I question, is any of this doing any good? What are we, just whatever. I mean, when people say my life is changing, it's good to hear. I think the council president had a comment.
I was just wondering, the CNR funds, are we allowed to use those now? I mean, even though they're set aside for the repayment of the bond.
We have excess funds from CNR that can be used for other purposes.
So how would she budget that through CNR, with CNR budget, or how would she do that?
I think you, on the council end, you'd have to determine where the funding source would be. I just thought I would bring that up as a potential source for those funds. I think
That's a good, I think that's something good there, that to be able to use those funds for that, the excess funds. We're allowed to do that.
I'm actually shocked there's not some other departments that won't be named here that weren't asking for that money already. So I just thought, no names in particular.
That department is asking for some of those funds, so we've got the fund, we came here funding in hand for the first 5.
You're trying to butter us up, I'm there with money the first time. But I just think it's something that we can take into consideration, and I know people have reached out to Commissioner Ramos or previously about, hey, don't spend all the money on buildings because we need it for services, programs, and these kind of things. So, and they've done the same with me. So just something to keep in mind. So you better go forward, change your mind.
Okay,
Thank
thank you very much, and thanks for sharing that about Emily.
Appreciate
I
it.
will share that.
Oh, yeah, no, it was wonderful.
She'll appreciate that, since we don't hear that very often, so. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking around. I didn't thought you would be interested in it, especially with the assessment thing. I didn't know. I thought I'd learned something and you may have mentioned.
We're working together on including different assessments into our intake packets.
Honestly, when I look at her numbers, and Dana did some case weight, or, some numbers for her, and whenever I averaged it out for like best practices, she could stand up here and justify asking for 3 more officers, so.
I think we've heard enough of you today too.
Thank
you for being there.
Just let me know.
See how that works.
I'm good.
Gotta be able to make it, that's the problem.
Okay, next up, we have a 2022 budget and county request for the solid waste district. Carla Striegel-Winter is here.
Yes, so I am here to request the solid waste district's 2022 allotment from Du Bois County. As you guys know, the solid waste management district is a separate county agency, separate county entity, but that the solid waste district board has always chosen to request the majority of our annual funding revenue as an allotment from the county. So this morning at our sort of budget approval session meeting that we had at our board meeting, the board accepted my recommended amount of a $247,000 allotment for 2022 from Du Bois County to help fund the solid waste management district in 2022. So I'm now bringing that to you, the commissioners, to approve the request for the 2022 funding of the solid waste district.
Please give me the number for the third time, so I'll write it down.
$247,000
Thank you.
That's up from 231.
We reviewed it, I had a chance to look at it this morning. Did anyone have any thoughts or anything to bring up at our meeting here this afternoon?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I approved it this morning, approve it again.
All right, I'll let you make a motion this time.
You can make a motion or do a consensus, that's what you've been doing all day.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. We're not actually approving it. We're just gonna tell you that we're okay with it, like consensus.
It'll be in our budget.
And
Right.
that it'll be okay to go on our budget. We can move forward to council.
So.
But actually, do we need to approve this budget because it's?
It's not really a budget, it's an allotment, so I don't know how you guys usually do that.
This is a lot,
just doing
yeah.
an annual funding?
No, we don't approve the budget.
No.
Commissioners don't approve the budget.
You already approved the budget.
We approved the budget this
separate.
morning,
The
and
other board
the
did.
solid waste district
Solid waste
approved
board
our
did.
own budget, yeah. So,
When you print our budget, our proposed budget, that number will be on there then?
What we do is we put it in your budget, and then if we need to move it, the council can move it to ed funds, which is what they've been doing.
Yes. But it'll be up to 47,
And we'll put into it for $7,000.
okay, so that we don't forget.
Now,
yeah,
they
don't
can,
forget.
they can cut or lower that if it's
Yes,
yeah.
yes, but I'm just, again, otherwise it's coming in and say, what was that number again?
Right. I think one year it got approved for more and then that didn't get put in, and so, I don't remember, I think we ended up doing an additional, or, can't remember what we did, but anyway.
What we do with the commissioner budget is you fund all of their employee wages. They are county employees. The district contracts with the county, so they pay us back, and Carla and I do that every year.
We pay them, they pay us.
Yeah.
So that's what Chad was looking for stuff on their budget today, and I was like, that's a Sandy question, because I'm not exactly sure. I know that just the employees are listed, but
I
then
don't see
the
the
allotment
employees
is listed
listed differently.
differently.
The allotment, they have moved
Yeah.
a bit.
But he found the
Found what
amounts,
I need.
found it, okay.
So Carla, I think you're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And
Thank you. Sorry, you gotta wait so long. See you, Mike.
Have a
Thank
good,
you, thank you.
have a good afternoon, guys.
Greg,
Sandy,
do you
thanks for
have,
getting me
do
in.
you have anything additional today?
No, sir.
Sandy, does the auditor have anything additional? The public just left, so we don't have any public comment.
I'll just ask about the COVID memorial. I emailed you what the minutes of our last meeting, and so you're up to date on that. Do you need any other further updates? We're gonna meet here, on the 29th, I believe, Tuesday the 29th, so that we can kind of look at the site and see what fits and what works.
What quadrant are you guys?
Well, we're looking at one of those two, under one of those
East side?
trees. On the east side, but the northeast or southeast.
So I think if we put it here, we mess up Strassen's best things to do, not that that matters, but. Cause they always put that tall thing there.
Well, northeast would be here and southeast would be here.
Well, if we wait till, Strassen's right around the corner, if we wait till afterwards, it's all fresh in everybody's head, maybe we can,
Well, it won't be finished by Strassen.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is get an idea of, okay, where's the empty spot at best?
In my opinion, it's gonna be this side,
I would tend to agree with you,
because when they have,
Northeast or
because they have the
south?
stage over here.
no, the
bleachers.
south, because when they do the north, they got that stage over here, and this is crowded in this quadrant.
The tree on the south side is bigger.
Yeah, I saw that, I looked at that, I'm like, I don't know if I wanna eliminate the trees.
I don't wanna eliminate trees.
Because they are, well, what I was looking at, the one, did you look at the drawings they had?
I didn't see any drawings.
Yeah, there's some schematics.
They were in the minutes.
If we do a bench, we can put it wherever, but if we did something more substantial with the,
The old police.
with benches around it, I don't think this is an appropriate space for the larger thing. I think
It depends how large we're talking about. I mean,
if we did
if
it,
it's 8 feet tall, you may be right.
I would
If
think
it's
it
4
was
feet tall, I don't know.
4 feet tall, I think it was goofy. So
I just
so
know
we're
when the
really-
crowds are down here on the fest, that quadrant gets really busy with the stage being there.
So I think my response to you or to the email was, I like the obelisk, I don't even know how to pronounce it. The Washington Monument, I
Yeah,
like that.
Obelisk.
Thank you.
Obelisk.
Anyway, I like that. I think that was beautiful and I think that's neat, but I think it wouldn't be necessarily appropriate down here for what I envision of the size and scope of it, where it might be nice at the DuBois County Park or somewhere, but I think what I.
Yeah, the discussion about somewhere else, like DuBois County Park, is that who sees it?
But I think it gives you a reason
What
to go.
about, like, I know it's not county property, but what about like parklands with the city of Jasper?
Well, and that's where we're trying to make it a countywide memorial.
But it'd still be a countywide memorial,
Yeah.
but it doesn't.
Be located on Jasper property.
Is there a place up at the new jail once it gets, is there a place up there?
I mean, well, all those things will be open for discussion.
You know that place
I'll go
where
back
we,
through the email.
where we had the whole form.
Yeah.
of
The
jail?
sinkhole?
Yeah, that sinkhole, and that were paved, some of that will be moved into parking, but that would be about the only place up there I would see would be appropriate, because then it's at a place of prominence, it could be seen from the area. I think that might be a decent place, and if it's out,
Well, if eventually the courts move up there, then it's not, on jail property.
Yeah,
that's true, that,
it isn't, but it is.
Yeah, well, it is a little bit.
Still not.
I think it's pretty, I really was impressed with that idea.
Fred Robbins has been working with them, and it's an asset.
What's he know about art?
You told him everything?
Obviously, that's a joke.
All right,
Did you have it?
anybody else?
Anything or two? You know,
See you guys in a couple, well, I won't see you in a couple weeks. You'll be
I'll be gone. I'll be back middle of July. Or
Oh,
I'll be
I
back.
can leave in the middle of.
I'll be back before then, but I'll be back for the meeting in the middle of July. So, yeah, if there's anything,
I think we're
I
fine.
know you can put it in, you let me know. The only other thing would be Sean's request of a little get together for the volunteers out there at the health department.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I think it's nice to reward the volunteers.
How do we help him with it?
I would say, Sean, if you can find a legal way for us to fund it, we're in support, but I don't know that there's a legal way to fund it.
Can that not come out of that CARES Act money?
There is no.
There is no CARES
Oh,
Act
there-
money.
there-
I mean, it's
Well,
all
there's
absorbed
not,
into the.
there's not, but there is.
It's been
There's
absorbed into
general
other
fund money
funds.
that was put there by the CARES Act. And, but if it can't legally be
It
taken
would
from
need to
that,
be appropriated, and
it would need to be appropriated in what?
it would need to be appropriated.
Yes, it would need to be appropriated. But can it be appropriated?
I mean, I'd have to look into that.
Standpoint of, using county funds for an event.
I mean, you are using county
You know what
dollars.
you're talking about?
I do, but we're also talking about volunteers, which, you know.
But they're not. That's what I was telling Commissioner Brown.
Do what?
they're
Many of those 60 people that they're talking about were paid.
We're paying
Okay.
employees.
They're employees of the county.
Okay, cause see, I'm thinking about EMA does their event
Yeah.
for all their volunteers, they're volunteers.
They're volunteers.
They're
And
straight up
who-
volunteers.
And they fund that in a different way. I don't even know how they fund
I
that.
think it's a problem. I think, German American has their customer appreciation cookout at their location one day maybe.
That's a really good idea, Greg.
And then
And
all
they-
those volunteers can show up for that.
And well, they do want to do one for us, and we're gonna do it probably October. But
At the health department, sounds perfect.
If Springs Valley and German American would be asked, I'm sure they would support such an event.
then that's what Sean needs to do, ask.
Thank you.
Or.
Have you
or if
called the
he-
meeting?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, it's Sean's good, I don't think any of us will be opposed to it if we can find a legal way to fund it, either through the county funds or.
If Springs Valley Bank would be willing to buy a bunch of pizzas from Posties,
And
I could probably give Springs Valley Bank
A good price.
a good price and, you know.
And I put that $1,000 in there. Sean's talking about, maybe grilling brats and burgers. Maybe having Sanders bring a catered meal or, either way, it's probably more like 500 rather than 1,000. So,
I'd love to go beg for money for him, but I'm gonna leave him town today, so he can, if he wants
Where
to
you
go,
headed?
go ahead.
Got vacation or just?